Funciona? Bon dia a tothom.
Good morning, everyone.
En aquests moments,
At
quan
this
són
time,
les 10 hores,
at
i a
10
conformitat
a.m.
amb
and in
l'article
accordance with
29.3
Article
dels Estatuts
29.3
del
of the
Futbol Barcelona,
bylaws of FC Barcelona,
els informo
I would like to inform
que
you of the
no hi ha
fact
quòrum
that there is
suficient
no
per
sufficient
començar
quorum at this
l'assemblea en
time
primera
to start
convocatòria.
this General Assembly following
Informaré
its
del nombre
first
de
call.
compromissaris
I will
a dos
inform you on the
quarts
number
d'11
of delegate members
i
at
aleshores
10:30,
quedarà vàlidament
whereupon
constituïda,
this
sigui quin
General
sigui
Assembly will
el
be
nombre
duly
d'acreditats. En
quorate
aquests
regardless
moments,
of the number of
el nombre
member delegates
d'acreditats
accredited.
són
Right now,
54.
the number is
Moltes
54.
gràcies.
Thank you very much.
Per votar presencialment a l'Assemblea, utilitzarem comandaments individuals de vot electrònic en cadascun dels punts de l'ordre del dia que ho requereixin. Cada persona rep, en el registre inicial, un dispositiu com aquest. En el moment que es comenci la votació de qualsevol dels punts de l'ordre del dia podrà emetre el seu vot de manera molt senzilla.
Bon dia a tothom.
Good morning.
Com els he comentat
As mentioned,
anteriorment, en aquests moments
at this time,
dono per vàlidament constituïda
I
l'Assemblea
deemed this General Assembly of FC Barcelona duly quorate.
Havent-n'hi
There are right now 342 delegate members in attendance.
Els informo
I would like to inform you
que a part dels socis
that
que
in
ens
addition to the
segueixen
delegate members
telemàticament,
following
també
this
són presents
assembly
a la sala
online, also
alguns
present
socis
in the room
senadors,
are some senators,
els expresidents,
former presidents,
les comissions estatutàries i
the
també
statutory
els síndics,
commissions,
socis
and
i les
also
sòcies.
the ombudsman for
Totes
all
aquelles
members.
persones que assistim
All
presencialment
those
amb dret
attending
a
the
vot
General Assembly in
ho haurem de fer
person
també
with
de
the right to
manera
vote
telemàtica
will need to vote
amb els
remotely as
comandaments
well,
de votació
using
que els han
the
entregat a
remote
l'hora
controls that
d'acreditar-se.
have been given to you when obtaining
Vull
your
informar-vos també de la
accreditation.
presència
I would
del
like to
notari
inform you of the
de
presence of the
l'il·lustre
notary
Col·legi de
of the
Notaris de
Association of
Catalunya,
Notaries of
el senyor
Catalonia,
Gerard Conesa,
Mr. Gerard
per
Conesa,
aixecar acta i
who will be
donar
drawing
fe
up the
de
minutes
tot
and
el
attesting to
desenvolupament de
the
l'Assemblea.
development of this General
Tanmateix,
Assembly.
també ens acompanya el
Similarly,
senyor
also with
Albert
us is
Montull,
Mr. Albert
directiu de la
Montull,
Federació
a manager
Catalana
of the
de
Catalan
Futbol.
Federation of Football.
Com els he dit,
As I already said,
a 11:15
at
hi
half
havia
past 10,
l'acreditació
there were
de les persones que els he comentat, però
the number of delegate
els
members
aniré
accredited,
informant
but
paulatinament
I will regularly inform you of the number of delegate members who
en el decurs
receive
de
their
tota l'Assemblea.
accreditation throughout the course of this
Segons
assembly.
l'article
According to
29.4
Article
dels estatuts,
29.4
la
of the
direcció de
bylaws,
l'Assemblea correspon al
the management of
president.
this assembly is incumbent on the president, and the
president em
president
delega aquesta funció.
delegates this duty upon me.
Aquesta assemblea és
This assembly is
una
once again
assemblea telemàtica,
an online assembly to whom all members, all delegate members can connect, wishing to do so without the inconvenience of having to come here.
També els informo que el
I would like to
sistema
inform you
emprat
that
per
the system used
a terme aquesta
in
assemblea
carrying out
garanteix el
this assembly
previst
guarantees
en
what
l'article
is established in Article
31 de la llei de
31
l'esport
bis
catalana
of the Catalan sport
i de
law,
l'article
as well
36,
as that established in Article
312.5,
312.5, Section 2 of the Civil Code of Catalonia,
en relació a assegurar
in
la
relation to
identificació dels
ensuring the
assistents,
proper identification of attendees,
la continuïtat de la comunicació,
the continuity
la
in
possibilitat
communication,
d'intervenir
the
en les
possibility of
deliberacions,
intervening in
el contingut
deliberations,
de les
the
manifestacions
content
i
of
en el moment
statements,
en què es realitzen
and
en temps
the
real
time they are made
i la
in real
emissió
time,
segura
as well as
del
the
vot.
safe casting of the vote.
Tal i com s'ha fet en anteriors
As
ocasions,
in previous
s'utilitza el
occasions,
software
we are
de gestió
using
del vot electrònic
the
basat en la
online
plataforma OneSide Democracy
voting
Elections
system
Online,
based on the
ODEO,
One-Side Connections
de l'empresa
Online, ODO,
Insight,
platform
del
of
grup
the Inside company belonging to the Indra Group, a company specialized and recognized in the sector. In addition, an external company will be conducting an audit of the voting system, that is for both online votes and the in-person voting system using the remote controls. This management board considers that we need to continue with the process of modernization and efficiency in the management of participatory processes, contributing thus to the reduction of our carbon footprint. The development of this assembly can be followed online, live, on the website of our club, in Catalan, our language, in English and in Spanish. It will also be broadcast on the YouTube channel of FC Barcelona and Esport 3. I would also like to remind you that in this assembly we are offering once again a specific channel with interpretation into Catalan Sign Language and subtitling in real time, with the goal of ensuring accessibility in communication to all. So, I would also like to mention the effort put by this management board. On October 16th, an informational session was held to get to know about the economic aspects to be discussed today in the agenda of this meeting. That meeting was attended by 71 delegate members. This meeting was chaired by Vice President Elena Fort and our Treasurer, Ferran Oliver. How can delegate members participate in this assembly? They will be able to access exclusively via the email they received this morning or through the online portal of the club. If they would like to ask any questions, they have different means to do so. First, between the 14th and 16th of October, they have the possibility of using the form on the online portal of the club to send their questions. Next, secondly, the delegate members will also be able to ask their questions using the video conferencing systems for sections or items 2, 3, 6, and 10 of today's agenda. And lastly, you, the delegate members attending this meeting in person, will also be able to ask questions by taking the floor. How will people be able to vote? You will be able to exercise the right to vote if you are delegate members, if you have received your accreditation by identifying yourselves with your personal code, your PIN number, and your date of birth. Having introduced the 6-digit code you would have received prior to this meeting via text message. We also expect, and for the smooth operation of this meeting, we expect to stop for lunch at about 2 p.m., depending also on the unfolding of the meeting and the time needed in order to address each of the items on the agenda. But in theory, we expect to stop for lunch more or less at that time. Having explained this functioning or operation of the meeting in detail, I would like to remind you also that whenever there is a vote to be cast, we will explain the process once again, and if there are any doubts, we have staff available from the organization to respond to each of your questions. Next, I'd like to give the floor to the president of FC Barcelona, Mr. Joan Laporta. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I would also like to welcome all the members present in this room and joining us remotely online. I would like to thank you for your attendance at this General Assembly of Delegate Members of this club. Before I delve into the items on the agenda, I would like to remember all of those members that passed away in recent months. Please stand and let's hold a minute's silence. Let's move on now to item 1 of the agenda, corresponding to the report of the President. So I give the floor to the President of FC Barcelona, Mr. Joan Laporta.
yourself to change. Take what's yours, don't let go, reach out.
Dear members, dear delegate members, all members of FC Barcelona. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for your kind attendance today, former presidents, senators, members of the Economic, Discipline and Ethics Committees, Ombudsman for the partners, President of the Economic Commission, workers and employees of this club, colleagues in my management board, senators present here today. For those of you following us online, in a model of assembly that is more economically feasible and more universal, in accordance with the importance that we give to the General Assembly of delegate members of our club, FC Barcelona. Dear members, today, once again, you will all decide, as you have always done, and as you will always do, the present and future of this club. The present and future of this club in an assembly where you will have the authority to ratify the settlement of the financial year, if applicable, of course, of the 2024-2025 fiscal year, as well as the budget for the 2025-2026 year, the current season. Allow me, first of all, to share some general thoughts, and after that, I will focus on the sporting results of the previous season, and then we will touch on some of the financial results, explaining what the situation is regarding the Spotify Camp Nou, and I will finish with some conclusions. So, allow me to start by saying that this management board I have the honor of presiding, and I can say with pride that we've worked really hard to bring Barca back to the place it deserves, the place where you all deserve. 4 years ago, you chose me and us, you trusted us in recovering the economy of the club, in bringing back order and prestige to this institution for us to push forward, move forward with the Spotify Camp Nou and to strengthen the role of La Masia as the center, as the backbone of our sporting project. This is what we have done, this is what we are doing, and this is what we will continue to do if you continue to trust us. Well, you can take any indicator, you choose it, and you will reach the objective conclusion that we are much better than the situation 4 years and a half ago. I sometimes hear statements that are striking to me because no matter how you see it, everything can be improved, of course. We must improve, that's for sure. But nowadays, the situation is far better than when we got here in this second stage. I mean, compared to 4.5 years ago, it's objectively true. It's obvious that we're much better. And whoever doesn't want to see it that way is, with all due respect, I mean, it's short-sighted. That's what comes to my mind. Having said that, we have recovered the economy of the club. We've got to this point of improvement because we've seen, I mean, we haven't paid any notice to catastrophical or apocalyptical statements. Actually, they're nowhere to be seen or to be expected. This is the case because we've worked really hard and really well. We can always improve, of course, but a lot has been done really well. We've been brave. We made brave decisions regarding complex topics, and we've been brave and courageous enough to make decisions. We've acquired experience resolving issues that came our way, and what we have done is something that, because we love Barca. Loving Barca today is defending Barca against everything and everyone. I will be referring to other things throughout my intervention. Well, let me say that this management board I have the honor of presiding feels stronger than ever, more convinced and determined than ever in culminating the recovery of Barca in every respect. And I would like to highlight, I would like to underscore the work carried out by all the managers, all executives, by all workers and employees of the club. Their job has been excellent. They put talent, knowledge, imagination into their work. They've added perseverance, courage, audacity. And I would like to lend value to that, because they have done this at the service of the club. And I would like to thank them all publicly for doing so. Needless to say, I would like to thank you all, because your commitment to this club, your understanding and your support has made it possible for us to be in this situation of recovery. Back in the day, we saved the club. Now, we've made progress. We haven't got to the end of that path yet, but we are on the way to achieving that goal. When it comes to the sports side of things, the 2024-2025 season was indeed a historical season. The 125th anniversary, and it started with the manifesto by David Caraven, our commissioner of the 125th anniversary, with the slogan, "We want the ball." We want the ball means that Barcelona did things well, when we didn't waver, when we always continued with the initiative, when we clearly showed our willingness to lead, and also when we took on the responsibility about our destiny. This manifesto was a premonition, in a way, because we were able to win the triplet, League, Cup, and Spanish Super Cup. And the way in which we won those titles was in syntony with what the manifesto said, playing our style, our genuine football style. And I believe this has brought joy back to all of our fans. I would like to acknowledge the work carried out by Deco, our football manager, our manager Hansi Flick, his entire staff. I would like to acknowledge the work carried out by all medical and physiotherapist staff, especially Carlos Miñano, who passed away on March the 8th. And needless to say, to the real protagonists, our players, we have an exceptional human team in the dressing room, there's a great syntony with young and more experienced players, some from La Masia, others from other areas that are providing a really high level of competitiveness, a great harmony in the changing room, in the dressing room, magically orchestrated by our manager, Hansi Flick. All of this has shown that our team can reach every single goal it sets itself. I think this is really relevant. We have a team that has present and future. And just let me say, this shows, once again, the recent Cup. You know that in 4 of the last 5 editions, the Copa trophy was awarded to a Barcelona player, Lamine, Gavi, and then 24 and 25, Lamine Yamal. So this attests to, this is a result of the fact that the team works and that individual trophies are coming back to us. We are really proud and really happy for the season of our women's team with the triplet League Cup and Super Cup. They have become a benchmark for women's football worldwide. What would women's football be without Barca today, right? I believe that we are the point of reference worldwide. And I would like to congratulate ourselves. We feel proud for the 3rd consecutive Ballon d'Or. In these last 5 editions, 5 Ballon d'Or for Barca players, 2 for Alexia, 3 for Aitana. We are very proud of our women's football. And we are very happy because of the fact that the Copa trophy has gone to Vicky Lopez. You know, the Copa trophy is for under-23s. One for Lamine, the other one for Vicky. And then we've Eva Pajor, considered to have been the best goal scorer. Let's hope Eva recovers soon from her injury now. I would also like to highlight something else from this last season. The league, the amazing league secured by the Barca Genuine team. After this first season being managed by Sergi Panadero, we were able to win the league. Brilliantly done. And let me say that Barca Genuine is funded by the FC Barcelona Foundation, with the Director General of the Foundation being present here today. So let me say that the Barca Genuine Foundation has joined the non-professional, the amateur sections. We also won the Youth League. Our youth men's team, brilliantly managed by Giuliano Belletti. They did an amazing season. We hadn't won that trophy for some time, but it shows yet again that we have present and future. So we're really happy with the success of handball. You know that very recently we were world champions, club world champions, and very happy with the success in hockey. In the case of basketball and five-a-side football, well, last season was not great with so many injuries that this prevented us from achieving our goals. Having said that, I believe that this will of leadership has been compatible with a strong will to defend our essence, of maintaining our essence. And it is this because Barca is back at the front line of the world of football and continues to be a multi-sport team that is respected. We have a crest that represents an institution owned by its members. A crest acknowledged the world over, admired and loved in Catalonia, in Spain, in Europe, and all around the world. That's as far as the sports side of things is concerned. When it comes to finance, let me just give you a snapshot. I mean, the details will be explained to you later by Ferran Oliver, our treasurer. But let me say first of all that all actions, all measures undertaken are to ensure that you continue to be the owners of this club, so that Barça continues to be owned by all of its members. Without any of these measures that have been used to remedy the disastrous situation we found the club in, led you to take on the cost. That is, without any of these measures affecting your pockets. You know, this was one of our principles. We thought that, and we believed you were not responsible for the situation the club was in, and we had to find other imaginative solutions to ensure that your pockets would not be touched. And we feel proud and happy because we were able to maintain that maxim. Regarding the economic situation, the ordinary results for this year have been positive, 2 million of surplus. This means that we are consolidating the economic recovery of the club, and it shows operational efficiency in all areas. Having achieved revenues of 944 million euros, as a very significant number. I mean, it's even more valuable because we were able to do this in this second season being away from home, because we continue playing at the Olympic Stadium, Lluís Companys. So it's even worth highlighting this the more. The good results have shown that there has been a good response by our fans and members. And this means also that the revenue from ticketing have been 39 million more than what we had budgeted. Economic recovery can be explained for a record in sponsorship. This season, 2024-2025, we secured 259 million euros in sponsorships, a historic record in merchandising, 170 million euros. This accounts for more than 55% increase compared to the previous season. And this is explained on account of the internationalization of e-commerce. We are present in 170 countries already. I mean, the sponsorship situation can be explained because of the agreement with Nike and other agreements by means of which we recovered e-commerce. And this has proven to show or yield significant results. This economic recovery can be explained because of the consolidation of the international vocation of the club, shown once again by the fact that the official YouTube channel of FC Barcelona has allowed FC Barcelona to be the sports organization with the greatest number of subscribers in the world, 24 million people subscribing to our YouTube channel. It's a record, with record audience such as the Gamper Party with 9.7 million single users. This shows that this thermometer is telling us that there's a very good economic and institutional health right now.
We would like to especially mention concerning the salaries of all of our players. Now, it is within the recommendations that we have the wage bill compared to the income of the company, and we have an acceptable ratio. And the work of DECO has allowed us to bring it down 2 points compared to the previous season. And I would like to take a moment here because DECO and his team have done an outstanding job. They have been able to keep a high level of talent. They've been able to bring in lots of young players, and we have a sustainable wage bill or salary structure. When we look at the salaries of the players compared to the income that the club has, it was before 98%. To bring this figure down has been a great effort, and I attribute this to the hard work of Deco and his team. There has been, we've also had a reduction of investment, the historic amount of investment in hiring players in the last 10 years. And this, we can see a clear decision to work with our youth teams and the Barça Academy, and I'd also like to say that José Ramón Alexanco and his team are doing a great job at that level. Now, apart from what would be the wage bill, we have made a readjustment of the losses of our secondary teams or the teams, other sports, without losing competitive advantage. So we can continue to compete despite the fact that we have brought down the salaries in these other sports. So these figures that are the outcome of teamwork that has been done have also, and this is very important to highlight, a drop in 90 million euros of our debt. That means that we are on the path to financial consolidation. 90 million euros we've been able to reduce the debt. So that's a lot on our debt. Also, you know that in the as far as the extraordinary results, we can say that the strength of FC Barcelona, having had 2 years of ordinary results that are positive, this has been able to reduce the impact of the negative impact of minus 17 million euros, but without that having affected any, without having led to any questions on the part of the auditors. So this will be explained in greater detail, but we have made a tremendous effort, a titanic effort to control our costs and to generate income. Just let me give you an example. We have launched onto the market hospitality products under the formula of VIP seats that have already given us 70 million in income. In this sense, we can talk about this season that we're currently in, the budget of 25-26. We expect to have 1,070 million in income. With Spotify, we'll be having an additional 50 million in income than what we had planned. So we believe that this is going to give us some continuity in this positive aspect of e-commerce, of sponsorship, etc., that will approach 200 million in income. So this trend, we are sure that we're going to be able to maintain that trend because all of the indicators are showing that. The relationship that we've had with Spotify over the last 3 years, Barça and Spotify, what we have done has been to reach an agreement to extend, to substantially improve that sponsorship contract. You know that they're on the jerseys of both men's and women's teams. And the naming rights that Spotify has for the stadium will continue until 2030. So the naming rights will be up to 2034. So this extension and increase shows the shared vision that Spotify and Barça have to look for ways to bring together the fans, music, football, and this is done by promoting experiences that are unique and global. What we do expect, where we do expect that the results will be positive this season, based on having a cautious policy for investments and a management that is based on the internal talent that we have. We have a great deal here among us in the club, and we expect to have 5 million as a result, and this will lead to a third consecutive season in which we have positive outcomes. So that is basic to what I was talking about before, the ordinary income. Well, we need to have those to be able, we can safeguard this association system that we have, where all of you are owners of the club, and where we can establish positive cash flows so that we can pay current and historic debts in order to also carry out the investments both in players and in other areas, and this will allow us to face in an optimum way the reduction of our debt, which will take place when the Spotify Camp Nou is totally up and running. Now, having come to this point and talking about Spotify Camp Nou, I would like to say that, well, as far as the how the construction is going and when we'll be back, well, Elena Ford will talk to us about that shortly. You know that Spotify Camp Nou is the dream, the collective dream of the fans of FC Barcelona. And it's something that future generations of Barcelona fans will be able to enjoy. And I'd like to say as well today that we have been brave enough to reactivate a project that had been interrupted, and at a moment of maximum difficulty we decided that it had to be done because we thought that it was necessary for the sports and the economic viability of the club. We did this, and you must keep this in mind, that we did this because we want our club members, we want for them to be able to see this dream come true, or made come true, yes. And not only see it, but we want you to live, to experience this reality. So we have worked incessantly to bring about the SPY Barça, and we're working on the permits from the municipality so that they can allow us to return to the stadium. The permit last Friday, the day before yesterday, we finally got that permit, and on behalf of my the management board, the management board, we would like to thank everyone that has made it possible, all of those that have participated so that we can have the first permit to return to the stadium. And of course, we would like to also thank the City Hall, the Council of Barcelona, the team here that has been on top of this important issue, and they are sure that this is good. So thanks to Jaume Collboni, the mayor, and all of his team at the City Hall, and all of the municipal municipal entities. We have worked making sure that we comply to the T with all of the legal requirements. We have those that are working in Las Corts. All of the representatives have done a wonderful professional job. and following all the legal indications. So this could be a reality. The fire brigade as well, looking into all of the requirements and conditions. And this has, well, and of course, I want to thank the Department of FC Barça for all the work that they have done. Joan Centellas is at the head of that team, and the entire team has done an outstanding job. I believe that the senators, all of the senators should applaud the members of the FC Barça that have worked so hard for us to have our first occupation of the stadium. So congratulations for the great work that you've done, and this applause can be extended to the management, the person from the management board, Elena Ford, that has done an outstanding and an amazing job. And always explaining in total transparency on television and on radio to groups of members to explain how things are going, this collective dream that we have and that we're all so excited about seeing and being able to experience. Today we can say that this dream is now a reality, and it is true. And with this I can wrap up, but it hasn't been easy to make it this far. It hasn't been easy at all. We found ourselves a situation which was disastrous, where we were basically going bankrupt, and there were groups that were satisfied with the situation because they like to see Barcelona cornered, they like to see Barcelona dominated so that it can be controlled. And we found ourselves in this situation, and with our work, with our struggle against everyone and everything, we have made it possible for this not to happen, for Barcelona not, as a club, not to be intervened by the authorities, by the league. And we are proud of having achieved once again the independence of FC Barcelona. I must say that we are very satisfied with that. And here we are with a team that allows our fans to fall in love and to be hopeful for all the titles. We are insisting on the completion of the Spotify Camp Nou, which will be the new architectural jewel, the best arena the best stadium in Europe. But what is most important, a club that continues being the property of its members. And allow me to extend myself here for a moment. For 4.5 years, I have heard people claiming that we're going to turn this into a public company. And these are comments that are negative and false. We have been working for 4.5 years so that you can continue to be the owners of the club. I must say that the management board that I am presiding over are the guarantors that this club will always be in the hands of its members. Perhaps we're the only guarantors because of all of those that talk about management and that FC Barcelona is a club. These experts, the supposed experts that give us all lessons, well, they are way off the target. Unlike us, we believe that Barcelona is not a company, it is an entity, it's an institution that's global, that has a role not only here in Catalonia and Spain, but all over the world. We have a foundation, it's been 30 years with our own foundation that works in developing programs, educational programs, health programs for the most underprivileged. And that fact, the fact that we are an institution that has to be managed, of course, and directed, and we have to have entrepreneurial criteria, but it's not just a company. We don't only have this area of corporate management, but also social. A club such as ours doesn't follow the same lines of action as a company. We are much more than that. We are an institution, a Catalan institution open to the world, and that has its foundation, as I said, and that has a strong commitment to diversity, to equity, to inclusion, and to sustainability. It is a Catalan institution open to the world. It's over 125 years old and committed to democracy, committed to freedom, committed to Catalonia with our culture and with our language as well. That's why we are more than a club, because of the commitment we have towards Catalonia. And Barça, well, to love Barça is to defend it in the face of all adversity. And furthermore, it means defending it against anyone that wants to attack it. I invite you. This moment in the history of Barcelona, we should face it with excitement, with feeling, with pride, with a winning attitude, with a spirit of victory that will... Well, I ask that we all remain joined, that we all remain with our same values and opinions. We have to believe it until the very end. We have to have hope. Yesterday, Araujo was placed into the match by Hansi Flick, and in a position he doesn't usually have. And finally, that led to a goal that made us leaders. This is the mentality that I seek, that I would like all Barcelona members to have. Let me just say that to take on all of the challenges that we face now for the for the present and the immediate future, it's important for us to approve the budget for, well, the results of 24-25 and the budget for 25-26 in order to maintain that, that institutional strength, that institutional, so that together we can continue raising Barça, the best team in the world, Visca Barça and Visca Catalunya. Thank you very much. Before giving the floor to the second point of order of the day, I would like to inform you that at 11:19 this morning, we have 638 members that are registered today. So let's go to the second point that has to do with the report and the approval of the numbers from the 24-25 season. To present the second point of our agenda, I give the floor to Ferran Oliver so that he can address all of you from the podium. Ferran, if you would, please. Good morning to everyone. We are going to now read and hopefully approve the second point of order of the day, which is the accounts from the 24-25 season. In this first slide, I have just given you an overview of what the season has been. As you can see, and this will be constant in our presentation, on the left you can see the budget that you approved at the previous Ordinary General Assembly, and on the right you will see what it is what the final numbers are. You can see here that we have two excellent bits of news and one that's not as good. Let's begin with the good news. The first important bit of news, as President Laporta said, is the ordinary profit. It means that the company has reached the proper level of functioning and it can face all of its payments. We are not destroying the treasury or cash flow, and FC Barcelona as a club has a part that functions as a company, and it has its economic constraints. And now this is the second year we have a situation which is absolutely under control at the economic level. Now this situation is complemented by an increase in the income, which is our second bit of good news. In a very complicated year such as the one we just had, where we have a reduction of income because we are at the Montjuic Stadium, we can see that we went from 893 to 994. That is a tremendous success. We are getting close to the magic level of 1,000 million, something that the club has never had as income. In 1 year, being at the Montjuic Stadium and getting 994 million is a tremendous result. And then we have the 10 million, gives us a net amount of 17 million. Now, let me enter specifically into each one of the points. Let's take a photograph section by section or point by point of our numbers. We began this year in a stadium where we had a budget of 154 and we had 175, so that's plus 21. Now, allow me to expound here. When we arrived in 2021, the first talk that we had, our first debate among the management board, is what to do with the stadium. We could have had an attitude of short-term thinking, and we could have thought only in our 4-year period, our 4-year mandate, and not have taken on the rebuilding of the stadium. The last year of the stadium was 250 million income versus 175 that we have. If this season and the previous season we had 175 and 170, we would have had income of over 150 million, and we wouldn't have the situation that we currently have. But this management board, learned something. And for me, it's the most important decision that we did, which is to create a new stadium. And this should have been done many years before. We are already behind our competitors. Our competitors are the teams like PSG, Chelsea, those that have a very strong financial backing. The only possibility that we have is to have a competitive stadium that, thanks to its incomes, will allow us to compete with all of these other very wealthy clubs. Now, at the worst economic moment, we made this decision to refurbish, and we did it thinking in the long term, thinking of the future, thinking of the legacy that we want to leave to future generations. If we had thought exclusively in our mandate, today we would have excellent economic numbers, but we were thinking of the club for the future. And I want you to keep these in mind, the 175, which is the current income that we have in the club. If we had done nothing, think we would have 250 million, but I can tell you now, when we have the stadium opens, we will have about 400 million. Look at the difference. We have 175 now versus 400 when the stadium is completely operational. That's more than 200 million that the stadium alone will generate. Now, let me repeat. What do these figures say? 175, 154 previous stadium. Well, you'll see that this will appear during the presentation, but let's go to media. This is very simple. This is the money that we receive from television. There's a part that is the domestic, the La Liga competition, and there's a part that has to do with the European competition, the UEFA. So with a criteria that's very conservative, we have always budgeted that will make it to quarterfinals. This year we made it to semifinals, and this has represented additional income of over 9 million, which takes us from the 241 that we had budgeted to 250. This is due exclusively to this amount of 9 million because we made it to the semifinals of the Champions League. The third item, commercial. This basically, we have BLM, the clothing company, and that is apart from our agreement with Nike, and we've made more. And the second is sponsorship and marketing. And here there is an aspect that are lower. We have the academies, we have the legends, Barca Legends matches, etc. All of this has lower amounts. Now, allow me to look at the first part, BLM. BLM, when we arrived to this management board, I remember that we were given some envelopes that showed a very, very difficult, very complicated situation. We basically didn't know how we were going to pay, meet the responsibilities of our payroll for the month. But one of the solutions was to sell for 205 million Barca Corporate, and that was selling BLN, which was the to the Barcelona Innovation Hub, sell image, some of aspects of our image, and all of the academies. They said, you can sell all of this for 205 million, but we said, all right, let's study this, let's see what we do, let's pay our workers, staff, and players, and we'll go little by little. The first decision we did was not to sell BLM because we realized that it was one of the companies that could provide us with greater income in the future. So what is the current situation with BLM? Thanks to the agreement that we reached with Nike, and we explained this in the previous assembly, BLM receives income that it didn't have before. Not only the part that had to do with Nike paying more money, but also because there were a series of situations that existed at that point that were freed up, having to do with e-commerce, having to do with the sale of the apparel that we sell of our own without the Nike brand on it, and that we realized that we could have spectacular outcomes. So the amount that BLN sells is 170 million, with an EBITDA of 50 million, but in 25-26 we expect it to be 200 million. And allow me to tell you that I made a commitment at the last assembly that I would progressively inform you of the value of this company. Today we have asked for a valuation from one of these big four consulting companies, and it has given it a value, BLM, a value of 800 million. And allow me to say this management board has never considered selling 49% of BLM. And we can say this This had never been considered, and they continue to insist on this point. Perhaps I am the least political of all of the members on the management board. I really am not interested in politics, but it bothers me when someone misinterprets the figures, the numbers, and this is something that bothers me a great deal. It bothers me that someone has wanted to use this for electoral purposes alone, because they got the news that we were looking to evaluate, to see the valuation of the company. And we asked for that just to explain it to you. The true owners, BLM, has a value of 800 million, and this management board has not considered nor will consider selling 49%.
Next, sponsorship and merchandising. As the President said, this is an item, a heading, which, thanks to the image of FC Barcelona, brands want to associate themselves with us more and more. This has been a record year when it comes to sponsorships and merchandising. We feel very proud of this because in the current situation regarding the stadium, it is more complex. We also see that as the end of completion of the stadium approaches, we're close to moving in. The new sponsors want to add their name to the current ones. New sponsors are showing interest. So we will see an exponential growth in this heading because of the growth in the stadium and also because of the Barca brand. As part of this heading, we include academies. This year, the academies are our image around the world, the image we portray. It's our presence in different parts of the world, what our style is, what the values of FC Barcelona are. I have seen personally how the academies are in Los Angeles, and I remember that we had our academies full of children, 300, 400 children in a one-week campus. And next door I could see the academies of the Nike brand with 30 kids. With us, there are 300, 400 per week. This is because we have trainers, coaches that are constantly transferring the knowledge of the Barca brand as well as our values. And this allows us to experience a qualitative growth. When I was speaking to the person responsible for academies, this is also a quantitative leap. Nowadays, academies are contributing with revenues in the commercial side of business, when in the past we were losing money. So nowadays, we are winning here too. We also have other headings, including the tours, the Barca Legends games, the veterans that play games around the world, the museum, and other headings that are much smaller in size. The next heading would be signings and transfers, or on loans. We went from 22 to 44. You may say, well, I don't think we sold important players, right? But actually, for some years now, the sports area has conducted excellent management led by Deco. And they've been doing something really interesting. When they detect players that are no longer useful or could not be useful for the first team, they are put on sale. But we keep an interest, we keep a stake, a percentage, as also the right to recover the player if we see that they work much better in their other club. The percentage that we keep is a percentage to be exercised in future sales or transfers of that player. So that difference between the 22 and the 44, I will give you names of players that come to my head, such as Nico, Mika Faye, Alex Valle, Todibo. Remember players who long left the club, but after subsequent sales and we kept a stake, this nowadays has yielded a profit that is included here in the transfers and loans section. Next, the sale of assets and recurrent revenue. This is a heading that I would like to explain to you. When the club has an employment, a fiscal or a tax-related litigation, we believe we, quote-unquote, will lose it, And what do? We apply a the prudent principle, and we include it as a loss. Over time, the court case comes, or the litigation, or the inspection is carried out, and when we win the case, we record it as a profit. That is why these pending litigation cases have been activated as a profit, cases which we considered would be a loss in previous years, and they have been turned into a profit. Up to now, all revenues. Now, let's focus on expenses. The first part corresponds to sports salaries. As mentioned earlier, despite having an excellent squad, we are in times of containment. We need to apply UEFA standards between 55 and 75. Right now, we are at 54%. We are maintaining our position there, and for us, this is an area of concern. We remember past experiences in this club in how the sports cost skyrocketed and led to important, serious economic problems in the club. We feel very happy in the way we've been working in the sports area. The next two headings, non-sport salaries and management expenses, have been increased in 8 and 30 million respectively, but allow me to consider them together. I will bring them together to explain you the following. When we put BLM into operation, the fact that this company increased its turnover exponentially required endowing it or providing it with employment means, labor-related means, that's why the non-sporting salaries part is increased, as well as means in order for the company to be able to carry out its operation. This year has been a year of change in the strategy of the company. We had to provide the necessary resources for the company to increase revenue. This year we will reach 170 million. And in the 2025-2026 financial year, we expect it will increase to 100 million. But we had to provide all the necessary mechanisms to ensure this will happen this season. You know that when you set up a company, you need to provide it with means, with resources in order to get the results you want. This is exactly what happened in this case. We had to increase human resources and also other resources for this to be possible. The next heading is other expenses. I have Marcel Ramirez, and whenever I speak about this, I guess goosebumps, because it looks like a place where you could include all kinds of costs. It is. This would include many different costs and expenses. The first are non-sport depreciation. You will realize that in this case there are many items, the sports village, many things that need to be depreciated, situations of impairment. This would include also the contribution made by the club to the foundation. It would also include the provisioning of money for lawsuits. This is the opposite. These are the lawsuits this year that we may lose. So these are included as a loss now. And lastly, this includes sport-related impairment that we may be able to talk about later. All of these situations, well, actually, no, there's the financial profit loss in line, and this is the interest that we end up paying for the loans that we have been granted. This leads to an ordinary profit of 2 million that has been affected by the extraordinary loss of 10 million. But if we add taxes to this, we get a 17 million euro loss. This is the snapshot when it comes to income and expenses this year. But now, as I said to you in the previous General Assembly last year, we would like to be transparent and explain to you why we got to where we are now. Let's have a look at the impact, the extraordinary 10 million loss. Let me start from the most difficult part, which is the re-evaluation of Barca Productions. Let me tell you the story of Bridgewood. When this management board arrived, and please remember, as explained several times, we had a financial situation and we were able to see that there was no treasury, no cash flow. There was a negative loss of more than 450 million euros. The situation back then was that, in any other company, it was a situation of bankruptcy, and we would have asked for contributions from its partners. There, for example, 3,000 euros each, and this could be sorted out. We believed from the very beginning that this was not the solution that you deserved. You were not responsible of the current economic situation, and you couldn't be part of that solution. We did ask from you to help us look for other alternative solutions. And you will recall that we asked you to authorize the sale of up to 25% of television rights. We asked you to authorize to sell up to 49% of BLM. And we also asked you to authorize us to sell up to 49% of a company that was set up back then called Bridgewood. Well, this company, Bridgewood, had all the assets of the NFTs, the tokens, the metaverse. This is rather difficult to understand. But back then, the world worked in a way, and it pointed to the fact that this would be the technology of the future, the #1 in sales, everything resulting from the so-called crypto companies. You will recall that there was a company that approached us to become the main sponsor of the club and putting the name on our jersey, competing against Spotify with a very important offer. And we rejected it. But anyway, that was a world back then which seemed to be the oyster, right? Incredible. We had your authorization to sell these percentages. It is true that we exercised the first step, selling up to 25% of television rights, broadcasting rights. But there was should we sell 49% of BLM, or should we sell 49% of this other company that we just created that wouldn't damage the assets of the company in any way? Obviously, we decided to sell 49% of that company, Bridgewood, because we could already see back then that BLM could be, you know, the golden child of the club, and it's a company that will play a very important role in the future of the club. So back then we decided to sell 49% of Bridgewood. We sold to some shareholders, and we carried on working. Last year we explained to you, when it comes to Bridgewood, I explained to you that we had problems with that company, that there were partners that had not paid the numbers they said they would pay, and this meant that with our auditors, they said they had to reconsider the value of the company. Then we did the following. Since there were some shareholders that had not paid for their stake, we devalued the credit, and last year we had extraordinary losses in the region of 90 million. But we did not agree with the auditors on the value of the company. For one simple reason, because the auditors then said to us they did not know how much it was valued at, that it was less, but not how much. So in the face of that situation, we said, okay, let's continue valuing it as it was at the beginning. The original value of this company was set and audited by one of these big four companies. In the year it was created, it was valued at 400 million altogether. And that the proportional part held by Barca was in the region of 200 million. I just want to give you clear numbers. When we arrived this season, I said to you that there were partners interested, that they were ready in exerting pressure, but we had a problem of governance in that company. One of the partners of that company was vetoing the ingress of new partners in the company. And this delayed the implementation of the functioning of the company. Our auditors are with us every day, and they saw this problem that we were experiencing with Bridgewood, now Barça Productions. And they saw how we tried to provide substance, but we could not because of the veto of that shareholder. The situation has been remedied. This situation has been solved, but we have lost 1 year in the operation of this company. So the auditor said to us, now you will need to provide value because it's spent 1 year without working. I can understand the reason. I believe this company has value. We believe that they can carry out its activity, but we need to give it a value, and this led to an impairment of our value. The value of the Barça stake in this company is 95 million. And with the revaluation of the company following the assessment of the auditors, this season we have seen a loss of 65 million. The ones you see on the screen. This is a very complex accounting process, but the conclusion is that following the evaluation by the auditors, we have losses of 65 million this season. The other negative side of this is that UEFA sanctioned us with 15 million because of a non-compliance that has to do with fair play in previous seasons. The total is close to 80 million. We saw this situation could happen, so we applied creativity, and we saw that the Spotify Camp Nou would have 9,600 VIP seats. Whoever buy those seats would be paying for a yearly amount for them. And we came up with an idea. By copying, it wasn't just our creativity, by copying the model of American stadiums, we saw that part of those 9,600, specifically 475 seats, we said, let's do something with them. Let's give them to people who might want to buy them as an assignment during 25, 30 years, paying us a lump sum for that assignment. It's similar to when you, for other areas, you pay an amount for a seat for 25 or 30 years, and during that time, those seats can be assigned to someone else, but they need to pay upfront the 21,500 as part of the business plan. It's complex, but this is our plan of action. So the sale of these 475 seats is equal to 100 million. Why do we record 70? Because the auditor, by being conservative, and we accept, have said, I accept including this only the part collected in this year's accounts. The pending amounts in November and December will be included as revenue next year, but not this year. So this is what we see as revenue. The difference between the loss of 15 plus 65 and the income of 70 results in 10 million euro loss. Now, had we insisted with the auditors, because I believe we were right, had we recorded the 100 million that we have already sold, this situation would be solved. So we were not worried. We preferred not to insist in complicated things with the auditor. Thanks to this, we were able to approve our statements without any reservations. I believe this explains what happened with the extraordinary loss recorded for this season. Let's have a look now at the evolution of the sport cost. As the President said, we were in a very, very difficult situation where the first team in 2021 accounted for 98% of the revenues of the income. This is way too much, and this is one of the things that has led the club to the economic situation that it was in. But if you focus on this, and if we analyze this with the benefit of hindsight, in 2019-2020, the situation was not great. Back then, we were at 74% of income. This should have raised the alarm. We were at the highest level, exceeding the level recommended by UEFA. UEFA said you can be between 55 and 70, and we were at 74% then. It is obvious that in 2021 we saw the perfect storm with COVID and everything distorted the situation entirely, but we were coming from a situation that should have raised all alarms because we were well away of the safety, the correct margins. And as you can see, we focus on the following seasons, 2023-2024, with 56% of sport costs compared to income, and this season 54% of cost over income. So we're below the lower range set by UEFA. This is an extremely concerning problem for this board. We saw how this was a problem for previous boards, and we're always vigilant. Let's focus on the most complex part, the balance sheet. In June 2024, we had assets and liabilities at 1,907 million. What is the liability? The liability is the short-term or the long-term liabilities. The same goes for the assets. And we went from the 1,907 in 2024 to the 200, 420 for both assets and liabilities. What is this increase due to? Well, because we progressively include works regarding the new stadium are already being recorded in the balance sheet. And this is recognized as a part that you owe and a part that you have. This is why we've increased in 500 million. We see net equity, which is still negative, before 135, and because of this extraordinary loss, we went from 135 million to a loss of 153 in net equity. Debt. Debt in a football club, let me say, is one of the big issues, let's say. From an economic point of view, debt can be assessed in many different ways. One of the ways by adding liabilities. But in a football club, this is very difficult to consider because there are other factors that are involved when assessing debt. The regulator, that is La Liga, establishes a mechanism in order to value what debt is. It's really easy. It's what you owe to banks, to clubs, and what you owe when it comes to advance payments, and what you have in the bank, and what you are owed. That's simple accounting. We had a debt in 2021 of 680 million, and we finished the current season 2025 with a debt of 469. This is great news. We've reduced the level of debt in 211 million. And together with what I already said at the very beginning, the ordinary result, this is the ratio that shows an improvement in the company, reducing debt and maintaining ordinary profit. Net equity. As explained previously, we had an equity in 2021 of 455 million. And we finished at 153. Let me share some thoughts regarding the stadium. This management board, I mean, had this management board decided not to do this stadium, the additional revenue would have shown net equity, but also a big problem with the future. We would have not had the stadium we need to compete on the international stage. That competitive edge in the future. And let me say, you must have heard that this year, this summer, there were offers for first men's team players, important offers for them. Well, this management board has adopted a very proactive attitude to avoid them leaving. You know that when a player receives an offer, considerable offers, the management board could say, okay, let them leave. But we try to ensure that they not leave. Any player leaving would entail a significant improvement in this bottom line regarding net equity. So we prefer to have this situation of net equity, of negative net equity today, of losses today, a situation that will improve as the stadium is in full operation, but it allows us to have a very competitive team and having an almost complete stadium. Right. This is the auditor's report, and what the auditors say is that the accounts are truthful and that, as opposed to the previous year, there are no reservations. Now, to conclude, let me just say one more thing. The other day, we gave an interview to the media, and they asked, as a doctor, what would you say? They always look for similes, right? They always look for analogies with the case of healthcare. What is the financial healthcare of the club? Well, you must have heard, well, the patient was in the intensive care, was in the hospital bed, or walking on the street. Well, nowadays, there is no patient. The club is not a patient. The club is a healthy person living a normal life. But in the same way I say this, I say also that this board or any future board will need to be extremely vigilant, considering past experiences, with control of expenses, especially controlling the sports costs. Other expenses can be more easily controlled, but the sports cost, that's more delicate. Sometimes big sports success have been accompanied with financial trouble. We've seen it in the past. I believe this is something that this management board or any future board will need to control. There is a message of optimism, absolute optimism today. Nowadays, we have a club. Forbes say it's valued at more than 5 billion. That's a relevant fact. Nowadays, we have loads of companies that are approaching us to become sponsors of the club. The value of the Barça brand is really important today. The value of our team is, according to Transfer Market, close to 1.5 billion. The balance sheet value is 188 million. So what this asset costs is well above of what we include in our balance sheet. Our star player, Lamine, is valued at zero in the balance sheet, whereas Transfer Market values him at above 250 million in any market transaction. This year, the club has been #1 in merchandising sales and sponsorship in Europe. UEFA say that we are among the top 3, including Chelsea and PSG, with the highest growth this year. It is true, all of these numbers. These are just numbers, but there's another reality. If you leave that door and you look at the stadium, you can see it, you can feel it. That reality is possible thanks to the courage of this management board and thanks to the will of all of you. Thanks for you, to your patients and your authority. With your patients going to Montjuic, not being present close to home, and going to difficult places. That is all. Thank you very much.
Moltes gràcies.
Thank you very much, Ferran Oliver, for this explanation. From this moment on, the members that are watching can ask their questions via video conferencing. I would ask Carme Hortalà, President of the Economic Commission of the Club, to read the preceptive report of this commission based on the 58th point of the bylaws. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. President, members of the Managing Board,
i amics barcelonistes tots.
members and
La Comissió Econòmica,
Delegate
d'acord amb el que
members,
estableix l'article 58 de
based on
l'Estatut del
what
Club,
is established in
ha
Article
elaborat
58,
l'informe en relació
we
a la
have
liquidació de
prepared a
l'exercici
report
econòmic corresponent a la
concerning
temporada
the
24-25 del
summary
Futbol Club Barcelona.
of 24-25
Recordar
season of FC
que la
Barcelona.
Comissió,
I remind
com a
you
òrgan
that the
col·laborador
Commission,
i de consulta del club,
as a
té una actuació absolutament independent
an
del de
entity
l'Ajuntament.
of consultation is totally independent
L'objectiu
from
d'aquest informe
the
és el de
management
remarcar
team.
quins són
What
els elements
we, Management Board,
considerats
what we are doing
claus
here
pel
is
tancament de
to
l'exercici
express those
econòmic
things
i
that we
quina és
think
la
are
nostra
key
lectura.
for the closing of this period and
Sempre amb
how we
l'idea de
interpret
garantir la
this.
sostenibilitat
Always
econòmica
in
del
the
club.
attempt
L'informe
to
s'ha remès al
maintain
club
the
a través de la
sustainability
Junta
of the
Directiva
club.
i dels que els
The
passaré a exposar
report has been sent to the
un
Management
breu
Board,
resum, els punts
and
principals.
I'm going to give you a brief summary of
En
the
primer
main
lloc,
points. First of
respecte als
all,
comptes anuals, cal
concerning the
destacar
yearly
l'informe
accounts, it's
d'auditoria
important
de
to
l'auditor independent del
highlight
club,
the
que expressa la
independent
seva
auditor's
opinió sense cap
report,
salvetat
who
ni limitació.
expresses
I
his
dicta
opinion
així
with no
mateix.
caveats or
Els
exceptions,
comptes anuals expressen
and
en
saying
tots els
that the
aspectes
yearly
significatius
accounts in all
la
significant
imatge fidel
areas
del patrimoni i de la
indicate
situació
the
financera
faithful
d'acord amb els principis i
approach
criteris
based
comptables.
on the accounting principles and
A partir d'aquí,
criteria. From this point on,
l'informe de la Comissió
the
Econòmica en el
report
seu
of the
primer punt
Economic Commission, its first
parla
point,
sobre el resultat
talks
ordinari.
about the ordinary
Com ha mencionat, el
income.
tresorer del club, el resultat ordinari de
The
l'exercici
treasurer of the
registra un
club
benefici abans d'impostos de 2 milions
expressed
d'euros,
we have a
consolidant
2
aquest camí
million
de signe
before
positiu iniciat l'any
taxes,
anterior
2 million
després de diversos
net profit.
exercicis en xifres molt negatives.
When
En
we
aquest
look at
sentit, la Comissió
bringing
celebra
together
la
all of the
contenció de la
areas that have
despesa
been more
fruit del pla de
negative now,
viabilitat i
the
que segueix
viability
executant
plan that is
i la
still being
disciplina de la
executed,
política
and thanks
retributiva
to
que ha
the
permès la moderació
discipline
dels salaris
of
esportius.
salaries, we've been able to
Recordem que
reduce
l'increment que hi ha hagut
the
de
wage
salaris
bill. The
esportius,
growth that there has
5,7%,
been,
és principalment
5.7%
com a
in
conseqüència
salary
dels èxits
payment,
esportius i,
is
per
a
tant,
result
dels
of
premis
the
variables
sporting
associats a aquests èxits.
results and success.
Cal destacar que la política d'inversions
It's
basada en la
important
decidida i exitosa
that,
aposta pels jugadors de la Masia i la contenció de
The
les
desire
inversions
to
ha
use the
permès
players
recuperar
from La Masia has allowed
la
us to
sostenibilitat econòmica.
achieve the
Així
economic
mateix, el valor
sustainability.
actual de la
Thus,
plantilla
the current
és
value
significativament, com ara ens
of
acaba de comentar
the,
el nostre
team,
company,
as our
superior
colleague
al
has
seu
said,
valor
is
comptable,
greater than
ja que, com
its
sabem, la
accounting
normativa
value, because
comptable
as we
no
know,
ens
the
permet el
accounting
registre
value
de
does not allow
valor
us to
dels jugadors
register
formats per la Masia.
the value of the
En relació als
players that have
ingressos,
been
cal destacar
formed, that have been
diferents
trained
millores,
and brought up in
malgrat
the
la
La
continuïtat
Masia.
de la presència del futbol masculí a Montjuïc.
Now, also the fact
Ara
that
ens acaben
our men's
d'explicar
team is
que
playing
això
in
pot suposar,
Montjuïc,
hagués
this
suposat
would have meant
més o menys entre 100 i
more or less
150
between
milions
100
més
and
d'ingressos.
150 million more
Tot i
in
així,
income
s'han incrementat
if
en
we were
21
at our
milions
own
respecte a l'any
stadium, and that would be 21
La
million
consolidació
more
de
than last
l'increment
year.
en l'àmbit comercial registra una
increase
millora
in
dels
the
27
commercial
milions
area
respecte a
talks
l'exercici
of an
anterior,
improvement of 27 million
principalment
compared
per
to the
l'execució del
previous
pla de
season
negoci increment de
because
facturació de la
of the
companyia de
increase of
merchandising,
income
així
from
com la millora en els
merchandising
ingressos
as
de
well as the
televisió per l'assoliment
increase
de les
in
semifinals
television
en les
rights
competicions europees
because
del
we
futbol
reached
masculí
the
i de la final
semifinals
en el futbol
in
femení,
men's and
que han
the
aportat
final
aquest
in
creixement,
women's
s'ha
that have
comentat,
led to
de 9
this
milions
growth
d'euros.
of 9 million euros.
Cal destacar, per
It's
tant,
important
l'increment
to
d'aquests
highlight
ingressos
the
que són el
increase
cor del
of
club,
these,
millorar la
this
qualitat del compte de
income that
resultats.
has improved
Així mateix,
the
la consolidació
results,
de la
the
nova
profit and loss.
política d'inversions
Now,
i
with
les
the
inversions
new
esportives ha permès ingressar
for
44
the new
milions d'euros
philosophy for
per aquestes
investment
fórmules
in
de ventes a
sports
tercers,
and the
que el
formula
club manté un
for sales
percentatge
to
de futurs
third parties,
traspassos,
we have a
suposant una molt bona
percentage
gestió
of
en termes
possible
econòmics. La despesa
selling of players.
mostra un ascens fins
This
a
shows an
965,
increase up to
però encara lluny
965,
d'aquells
but
1.180
still far
milions de
from those
l'exercici 22-23.
1.1
La massa salarial, com ja hem comentat, esportiva, de 534 milions, és un increment molt moderat,
is very
fruit
moderate
dels premis
as a result
associats als
of
èxits.
the rewards that we have
Felicitar
based on our
perquè
success. We
aquest
would
cost
like to
esportiu
congratulate
és un
because
54% dels
this
ingressos.
sports income is
Cal recordar
54%
que la
of the
ràtia
income. It's
aquesta va assolir
important
un
to say
màxim del
that this
98% en temporades anteriors,
achieved a
absolutament
maximum of
fora d'aquest límit del
98%, which is
70%.
totally out of bounds compared to the 70% that La Liga asks us to have. So in summary, the Economic Council sees that the losses of 17 million euros as a temporary aspect that has to do with things such as playing at Montjuïc and other issues. All of this was explained previously by the Treasurer. It's important to highlight that the club is working to consolidate all of its positive ordinary income and the reduction of our debt. From the Commission, however,
a continuar amb la política de contenció de despeses i mantenir la política d'inversió amb la clara aposta dels jugadors de la Lliga. Segon punt a destacar seria l'impacte extraordinari dels 65 milions per la reestructuració del Barça Production. El nostre tresorer ja us ha explicat, però sí que per part de la comissió volíem fer alguna puntualització. Les diferents operacions al voltant de la filial Barça Productions i Bridgeburg, produïdes en els últims exercicis, que han comportat diferències de valoració, impagaments i salvetats per part de l'auditoria externa. Ha estat un punt molt important on la Comissió Econòmica ha incidit de manera recurrent en la Junta Directiva durant aquest últim any, la qual ha mostrat una gran sensibilitat i determinació per aconseguir una bona i definitiva solució. La volatilitat mostrada en aquest negoci, motivada per l'evolució dels actius digitals, la irrupció de noves tecnologies i, per definició, com a nous actius, estan vinculats a molta incertesa, que ha conduït a aquesta reestructuració profunda que ha implicat la fusió entre Bridgeburg i Barça Digital, agrupant tot el negoci en una sola empresa, Barça Productions. Aquest fet ha comportat un nou escenari de negoci i, per tant, una nova valoració, analitzant profundament per un nou business plan. Tot això s'ha realitzat amb la màxima prudència comptable dintre del ventall de la valoració que es va demanar per aquesta nova companyia. El Barça ha considerat el menor valor possible, d'aquí la reducció dels 65 milions. Per tant, des de la Comissió Econòmica valora positivament l'actuació en el valor de la companyia realitzat per un expert independent i el seu registre comptable mitjançant aquests deterioraments. Així mateix, insta la directiva a impulsar aquest nou pla de negoci amb l'execució de projectes d'explotació per a aquesta nova companyia i que consolidi els seus resultats. Lògicament, la Comissió Econòmica també vol fer una menció al desequilibri patrimonial. Tot i que la normativa no obliga a reequilibrar de forma immediata, és un punt que no podem ignorar, tal com hem fet en anys anteriors. L'objectiu ha de ser recuperar l'equilibri patrimonial contrapa a través de resultats positius recurrents. Tot i així, cal destacar que el valor real del club, com ja ens hem comentat, és molt superior al que reflecteixen els comptes. Com ja ens han dit, Forbes té un valor estimat de 5.650 milions de dòlars, en tercera posició mundial, amb una tendència a l'alça constant, un increment de prop del 20% respecte a l'any 2020. Passem ara a parlar de la desviació del pressupost. El resultat ordinari pressupostat suposava un benefici abans d'impostos de 7. És evident que no hi hem arribat, però per poc. En la seva totalitat, els ingressos d'explotació ascendeixen a 994 milions, 100 milions més dels pressupostos. Cal destacar que totes les desviacions dels ingressos, com han pogut veure, són positives. I com s'han esmentat ja, destaquen l'àmbit comercial per l'increment de vendes de BML, això també, lògicament, suposarà un increment de costos, sempre dic, si venem més samarretes n'hem de comprar més. I la millora en els patrocinis, tots dos conceptes molt relacionats amb el nou contracte de Nike i de Media. Respecte a les despeses d'explotació, que ascendeixen a 965, són 92 milions superiors. Principalment a la pujada dels salaris esportius, on s'han hagut nombroses renovacions per consolidar la plantilla del primer equip masculí i les vinculades als èxits esportius. En conclusió, en referència als resultats 24-25
When we look
i
at
en opinió de la Comissió
24-25 and in the
Econòmica,
opinion of the
cal
Economic
destacar
Council,
que
it's
per
important
segon
to
any
highlight that for the
consecutiu s'assoleix
second
l'objectiu
consecutive
de
year,
sostenibilitat econòmica.
we have been able to
Tot i el
maintain
retard en la
the
tornada
economic
a l'Spotify
sustainability.
Camp Nou.
And all of this
I, per tant,
having much to do
l'explotació
with
d'aquest
our
nou espai.
return to
Aquesta
Spotify Camp
comissió
Nou and the
insta
new
a la
Espai
consolidació
Barça.
definitiva
This
als
speaks
propers
of the
exercicis
definitive
mitjançant
consolidation in
l'estabilitat
the
de la
coming
massa salarial
periods,
i considera
and it
imprescindible
considers
el mantenir la ràtio de despesa esportiva
mandatory
en
to
xifres
have
situades
the
a la part baixa
ratio of sports
l'interval objectiu,
expenditure of
55%,
55 to 70%.
Així doncs, el repte continua
Thus,
sent
the challenge
consolidar els
continues to be
beneficis
to
ordinaris,
consolidate the
reduir
ordinary
el deute
income, to
i
reduce
recuperar el
debt,
patrimoni net
and to
comptable,
recover the
positiu per garantir la
accounting
sostenibilitat econòmica del
net
club a llarg
patrimony
termini.
for the club in the long term.
El club continua el
The
seu
club
informe parlant de
continues
l'evolució del
its
deute.
report
Cal destacar que la
talking about the
generació
reduction of
d'EBITDA
the debt.
i la gestió
The
del balanç
generation of
situa el deute en
EBITDA places our
469
debt in
milions,
469
evidenciant
millions,
la disminució de
which
90 milions d'euros de la
where we
temporada
can see
23-24 i una reducció
million
acumulada de
reduction
211
from
milions des de la temporada 21-22.
22-23,
La
and
Comissió
even more
reitera la
considerable since
prioritat de l'objectiu de
2021.
reducció de deute associat a l'activitat
We have the
ordinària del club
association,
i
well,
marca
this is
com a vehicle
associated to
imprescindible per
the
aconseguir-ho
ordinary
la
activity of the
generació
club.
constant
And
d'EBITDAs positius.
we have positive
En relació a
income
l'article
that is
67,
fighting against this.
I considerant el patrimoni net comptable
Considering
negatiu,
the
la seva
negative
aplicació continua
net patrimony,
suspesa
we-
per acord de l'Assemblea de Compromissaris de l'exercici 2021.
For 2021,
Aspecte que caldrà treballar en els
it
propers
is
mesos per
important to
tal
work on the
d'instaurar
coming
un
months
nou marc
in order
d'actuació.
to
La
establish a
Comissió
new framework
demana a la
for
Junta
this, and
actuar
the Commission
celeritat
asks for the
en la
current
redacció d'un
management to
nou
be
article
quick
67
at
per
having a
assegurar
new
la
Article 67
sostenibilitat
in
del
order
club a llarg
to
termini.
guarantee the sustainability
I
of the
ja
club
per
in the long term.
finalitzar,
And to
i
end,
com a quart punt de
and as the
l'informe,
fourth
la
point
Comissió
of the
expressa alguns
report,
comentaris
the
sobre altres
Commission
punts
has
que considera
some
rellevants i dels
comments
que en fem
of other
un seguiment
items
periòdic.
that we believe to be
D'acord amb el nou
important and that we
marc
watch
normatiu i
over.
els criteris que
The
n'anomenem
criteria
ESG,
that we call
aquesta comissió va
ESG,
incorporar des del passat exercici un
we
seguiment del
have
compliment de la normativa
introduced
sobre aquesta temàtica.
well, a committee to
Respecte a
follow
l'àmbit social,
the
el
compliance
club
with it
manté
and
una
the
ferma
social issue. The
aposta
club is
en aquesta
strongly in
contribució
favor of
que
this
s'expressa en
contribution that
diversos
is
programes
expressed in
impulsats
several
per la
programs
Fundació Barça
that the
a Catalunya
Barça
i arreu del món
Foundation has
i tenim
initiated
com a
in
pilars
Catalonia and around the
bàsic el de
world, and
compromís amb la diversitat,
we have a
equitat i
commitment
inclusió
to
que desenvolupa el club.
equity, to diversity,
En la part de sostenibilitat creada
inclusion.
a l'any 2021,
And
ha
as compared to
desenvolupat
2021, we have seen
decididament
the
polítiques
development
que
of
actualment es
policies
fan
that
palesa en les
currently
diferents
can be seen
actuacions
in the
que van
different
lligades a les
actions that
actuals
are linked
instal·lacions,
to the current
com per exemple
facilities, for
substituint
example, to
tots els
substitute
dispositius
all
lumínics de tots els
of
camps d'entrenament
the
amb altres LED de molt menor
changing all of
consum
our lights
i
to
el canvi
LED
en el sistema de reg.
LEDs with
Tota l'aigua
lower
utilitzada és reciclada,
consumption, and
provinent de la
also all of the
depuradora,
water
el que
comes
permet
from
complir amb els
a
principis d'economia
purifying
circular. I està en
plant
procés
that
la
allows us
utilització
to
de la geotèrmia,
reutilize the water.
amb una part de l'estructura
And
ja
using
realitzada.
geothermic
Cal destacar,
heat for
per la
some
seva
of our
magnitud,
activities.
les
Based on the
actuacions
magnitude,
en el nou Spotify Camp
the
Nou,
new actions that are
referents a les
carried out
polítiques de
for the
minimització
Spotify
i
Camp
reutilització de
Nou
residus.
to minimize and
Dades
to reuse
significatives.
waste. These are
S'han
significant data. We
reutilitzat
have
130.000 tones de formigó, que ha suposat el
130,000 tons
100%
of
de
cement
tot el
that
reciclatge,
make up
tot el
100% of
formigó que es va
the
treure.
recycling. All of
S'ha
the cement
reutilitzat,
that was
s'ha
removed
reciclat
has
i
been
s'ha tornat.
recycled, reused in the
El
new
procés,
building.
a més, s'ha fet amb
The
quilòmetre zero,
process
donat que
is
aquest
also
s'ha realitzat
kilometer
aquí, a
zero,
l'Estadi, sense tenir
because we have
mils
been
de
able
camions
to
que van i
do
tornen.
most of this from the mini
El nou
stadium without
ciment
having
utilitzat
lorries
és tot
moving
ell
around
amb
the city
certificació verda.
constantly. We have achieved the green
S'ha
certification.
reutilitzat
We
el
have
98% de tots els
98%
enderrocs
of
efectuats en
all
ferro.
of the
Estan
steel
construïts
that has
3
been
dipòsits
removed,
de
all
recollida
of
d'aigües
iron that has been
pluvials,
removed, excuse
amb
me.
un volum
And
total de 900
we have
metres cúbics
900
que estaran operatius al finalitzar l'obra.
cubic
Amb
meters
aquesta
of
aigua de la pluja.
rainwater that
I
is
si no,
used
de la
for
depuradora
the
es regarà
construction,
tot.
and this
No
will also
s'utilitzarà
be
el que
used
anomenem aigua de
for,
vaixell.
we will no longer use
Amb
water
totes
from
les
the
accions
taps,
efectuades
so to
es
say,
compleix
to
els criteris
water
d'aconseguir
the
una petjada de
pitch.
carboni i
And
emissions
we
de
have
CO2 inferiors
reduced
el
our
50%.
imprint by over 50%.
Cal
Our carbon
mencionar la
imprint.
sostenibilitat respecte a la
It's
mobilitat en els partits
important
jugats a
to
l'Estadi
talk
Olímpic de Montjuïc,
about what
on
has
s'ha
been done at the
aconseguit que el
matches played at Montjuïc.
90,8% de la mobilitat sigui sostenible.
90%
Les escales
is
mecàniques,
sustainable. The
el tramvia, els
escalators,
autobusos,
the buses,
minimitzant
etc.,
l'impacte
thus
del cotxe privat.
minimizing the impact of private
El
automobiles.
club, considerat
The
entre els
club
5 millors clubs de
considers
futbol més
that,
sostenibles
considered
del món,
among the
avui per la
top 5
prestigiosa
sustainable clubs in the world,
rànquings de sostenibilitat
based on
Global
the
Sustainability Benchmark in
the
Sports.
global
que ens en sentim,
sustainability
sincerament,
benchmark in
molt
sports, and
cofois.
we feel very proud of
I
being
ja per últim,
among those top 5.
hi ha un punt
And
que no podem
finally, there's
ignorar,
a
que és
point
la
that we
governança.
cannot
El club ha
ignore,
iniciat
and
un
that is
important avanç en
governance.
aquestes mides
We
que avui hem
have
comentat.
taken important steps
S'ha
forward in
nomenat
this
un
sense.
nou
We have named
director general.
a new general director,
Aquest fet reforça el club en la
and this
presa de decisions i el
strengthens the
seguiment
club
i
in its
control del dia a dia del
decision-making
mateix.
process and
El
its
senyor
daily control.
Manel Rio
Manel Rio
ha estat nomenat director
has
general
been
del
named
Futbol Club
the
Barcelona, amb
general
dependència directa al
director
president Joan
of
Laporta.
Football
La
Club
comissió celebra
Barcelona
i el
under
felicita
the
pel seu nomenament.
auspices of the president Joan Laporta.
La Constitució
The
i
constitution
funcionament del
and the
Departament d'Auditoria
functioning
Interna,
of the
que
Department of
reporta
Internal
i depèn
Auditing that
orgànicament de la
reports
Junta
and
Directiva.
is under the auspices of the
La
Management
creació
Board.
d'un nou comitè
The
d'auditoria
creation of a
i
new
control
auditing
en el que participen els
committee
directors
where
de
we have the
departaments,
directors
legal,
of
compliment
our
normatiu,
legal,
auditoria, director general,
compliance, auditing
així com
departments.
un membre de la Comissió
We have
Econòmica
a
com a
member
membre independent.
of the Economic Commission as an
És
independent
rellevant, per
member as
tant,
well. So it's
la tasca
relevant,
duta a terme
therefore,
aquest
the
any amb el
task that is
necessari
being
maple
carried out
global de
this
riscos
year
corporatius,
in
així com amb la
reducing
definició de
corporate
l'univers de les
risks
tasques
and the
d'auditoria
definition
amb un pla
of the
trianual.
universe
Així
with a
doncs,
yearly
la
plan.
Comissió
Thus, the
Econòmica vol
Economic
destacar
Commission would
molt
like to
positivament el
highlight very
compromís amb els
positively
criteris
the
ESG,
commitment to
que
the
de forma recurrent el
ESG
club segueix considerar pilar bàsic en la seva identitat i en especial en el
tenets,
moment actual de la
and
construcció de
that
l'espai Barça.
is important as we begin
I
to prepare
també volem
the
remarcar
Espai
els
Barça. We
importants
would also
avanços
like to highlight
realitzats
the
en
important
l'apartat del bon
advances
govern.
in our
Ja
good
comentats,
governance
aquests són
that
sense
I've
cap mena
already
de dubte
mentioned. These,
una
without a
assegurança pel
doubt,
club
are
i per als
an
socis de
insurance,
transparència
a
i
guarantee for the
seguretat
future for
indispensable per la millora
transparency and
i
safety
creixement
and
continuat.
improvement for
Ja per
constant
concloure,
growth.
la Comissió
To
Econòmica
conclude, the
recomana el
Economic
manteniment
Commission
del resultat
recommends
ordinari,
the maintenance
la
of the
contenció de
ordinary
l'inversió
results,
i de la
the
política retributiva
contention of
que ha permès
investment
recuperar la
and
viabilitat del
payment
club,
to players
així
that
com
has made it
l'objectiu de
possible to
reducció del
improve the
deute
economic
associat a
situation
l'activitat
and the
ordinària del club.
reduction of
Fins aquí
the
el
debt.
resum de
So
l'informe
thus,
de la Comissió
this
Econòmica en
is
relació
then
al segon punt de l'ordre del dia,
summary, the
informe
report
i
of the
aprovació,
report
si
of
s'escau,
the
de la liquidació de
Economic
l'exercici
Commission
econòmic corresponent a la temporada 24-25.
related to the
Comissió Econòmica del Futbol Club
24-25
Barcelona. Moltes gràcies.
season. Thank you very much.
Moltes gràcies, senyora Hortalà.
Thank you very much.
Obrim, doncs, el torn d'intervencions
Now we
relatiu
open the
a aquest segon
floor
punt de l'ordre del
on
dia.
this second point of
I com els hi he
order.
avançat en l'inici de la
And
meva
as we said at
intervenció,
the start of my
primer respondrem a aquelles
intervention, first
preguntes
we'll respond
que
to
s'han
those
realitzat a
questions
través del
that
formulari
have been sent in
habilitat
via
a través
the
de la web del
formulas
club
that
i que van
are
estar a disposició entre els dies 14
available
i 16
on
d'octubre.
between the 14th
total
and
hem rebut
the
7
16th
preguntes
of
sobre aquest punt de l'ordre
October.
del dia,
We have received 7
a les
questions,
quals jo esmentaré
and I
el soci
will
i la pregunta
mention the
de referència
question and the
i el
number
nostre
of
tresorer,
the
el senyor
member,
Ferran
and
Oliver,
our
en
Ferran
farà
Oliver,
la
our treasurer,
contestació
will
pertinent.
answer
Per tant, comencem
the
amb la
question.
primera.
So let's begin with the first.
És el soci
Which is
25.530, el senyor Ramon
Mr.
Prim Mauri, que
Ramon
ens
Prim
pregunta:
Mauri,
a la
number
gira asiàtica d'aquest estiu,
25,530.
quants diners es van
In this
deixar de
summer,
guanyar
how
per la
much money
tria
did we
de
not
retransmetre
make,
els
did we,
partits per
by
internet
not broadcasting
problemes
the
tècnics que van sorgir
matches
en
on
lloc de vendre
internet because
els
of the
drets a
problems
les
that we have,
televisions
instead of
com cada
selling
any?
those rights to
I qui
televisions
és
as we do every year?
fa responsable
And who
d'aquestes
is
pèrdues?
responsible for
Ferran,
these
sisplau.
losses? Ferran? Well, let me say first of all that these tours, these summer, these off-season tours, and the amount from television is not that high. The rights were in the hands of the organizers, and they allowed us to share them. As you know, we considered using a platform where the members would pay, and those that are not members would have to pay a small amount in order to watch all of the matches of these tours. This did not work, and we ended up broadcasting on Google. We had 429,000 in income, and the 15 million that was distributed between the matches that we played during the tour. Mr. Ricard Soler Rejano, he asks three questions. First of all, if the wage bill allowed for the league, and last year it was 534, how can we say that we have a one-to-one? Do we have 2 billion with the FC Barça? And the third question, if all of this is not true, why was nothing changed to the Costa program? Well, let me tell you about the doubt. The valuation of the debt, there are lots of different systems. The usual one is to look at the liability, and that gives us 2,500, which would be the debt at this moment. We could also interpret that the 2,500 would be part from the FC Barça, which would be 100, and 1,000, that would bring it down to 1,500. So I explained to you before that this is what leads us to the difference of 266 million that we've had, as I explained to you previously. 65,977. Oriol Solsona Perez asks, what is the reason for the current management board knowing that the value of Barça Studios is residual? Why do they give them an inflated value that sooner or later will have to be accounted as a loss? How do you plan to correct this? Would your management board accept a committee to review all the things that have been done under your mandate? Well, let's begin at the end. No, we are not going to sell any of the ownership, the patrimony of the club. To overcome this, let me explain all of this. When we find the club in the complicated situation that we had in 2021, we wanted to sell a participation in BLM, but we saw that that wasn't the way to go, or to sell a company that we had just created that had no assets at that moment and that would not put in jeopardy any income for the company, which was Bridgewood and then became Barcelona Productions. Well, we decided to sell that. There has been a series of problems where we had different partners in the previous season that did not pay their share, and we have been behind in 1 year due to the contingencies with one of the partners that we have in the company, and the system of co-control that this company has did not allow for new partners to enter the company, and we had to agree with the auditors a reduction where our participant went from 200 to 95 million, and this has taken place with a deterioration that has led to 60 million.
El soci 92.737, Paula Morralla Tapias, 92,737, says, can you please explain and impute the losses that the auditors indicated?
Who will pay for this? I hope that you will pay for it from your own pockets. Well, I just explained what we pay attention to is our auditor, who last season, for example, we didn't want to look at the deterioration for the entity. This year, the auditor has told us what the value is that the company has, and they understand the difficulties that we have had in order to manage this situation with our partner. And once that was solved, it was given an accounting value, and as I said, they're 95 million, and we know where we are. We know that this has meant a deterioration of 60 million this season, and we accept that, but we understand that from now on, this company will be a company that will function, and it will provide benefits or profits for the club. 54,670, Eduard Contiballa asks us, the accounts speak to us of a negative 263 million and 281 million in operating. What will happen with this situation? To what point do you consider sustainable? Well, I think Mr. Comte is a bit confused with the figures. Let's go to the interpretation of what I think he wanted to say. The working capital was of 556 million. Now it's at 260 million, so it has improved. It has improved. This working capital has improved, and we have gone from 500 and some to 130 million approximately. So today, this negative net patrimony has a great deal to do with the attitude that this management board has taken as far with the stadium. If we had decided to leave the stadium as it was and to continue with the income, these 154 million would be handled easily. So this is not a situation that we should be worried about, because thanks to this, we are going to have a stadium that will be up and running in a very short period of time, and we have a first, our team is doing extremely well, and we're trying to keep any players from leaving. So what we believe in this manager board is to look to the future. The future is a stadium and a young squad that will also be part of our future. Mr. Sergi Vilascoda asks, concerning the income for the operation in the item of commercial income, what would be the extraordinary aspect that aren't received regularly, and for example, a bonus for a sponsorship? Thank you very much. And Vizca Barça. Well, all of the income are ordinary, and in the coming seasons, that's going to improve. It's going to improve considerably because of the stadium. As the stadium grows, more sponsors will want to bring their image to the club, and we're seeing that now. There's nothing that's extraordinary. The only extraordinary has been the sale of the PCLs, the personal seat license, the PSLs, which are these VIP seats, 400 and some seats that we have given a concession for 200 million for 20 years. This is extraordinary and is not part of our normal sponsorship or commercial aspect. And the final question is from 606 Joan Pascual Excuse, who asked the following. In this report, there are a series of expenses that are not detailed that go up to the amount of 40 million. Can you explain and justify these, please? Yes, Mr. Pascual. It's not 40, it's 73, 40 is what was budgeted, 73 is what has happened in the end. As I explained in the presentation, this is part of the amortization that are non-sports related, what happens with our real estate and its prices, and also the deterioration of some cases of players that are transferred. Another important part of this item, this heading, is of the lawsuits that we had. Now, I remember when we win, they appear as income, and other types of lawsuits, well, we apply these in this area as if we were going to lose them. And when the ruling comes out, often they are positive and are no longer counted. Thank you very much, Ferran. At 12 o'clock, I inform you that we have 710 delegate members that are registered. We can now move on to the two types of interventions that are remaining. First of all, in person and on video conference. So from the organization, we are being told that there are no questions on Zoom for this item of today's agenda. So now we open the floor to those that are present for any questions that they may have, and I inform you that the questions need to refer only to what is going to be approved or not, what is going to be voted, and in order to have proper order and functioning, these questions should be brief so that the maximum number of delegate members can participate. I remind you that after each one of the interventions, you have to give your name and your member number so that it can appear on the minutes of this meeting.
Similarly, we will be answering them in blocks of 5. So you can ask the first 5 questions, and then we will be giving the answers to those 5 questions first, and then the same successively. So, any persons who wanted to ask questions about this item on the agenda, please raise your hand.
S'ha de posar d'en peu, sisplau.
Please stand.
El nom I número de soci.
Name and member number, please.
Sí, bon dia. Em dic Rogelio Ruiz, perdó, I soc el soci 689. A mi m'agradaria, per favor, si ens podríeu explicar...
Sound, please.
Si decidim en coses del club, perquè no podem decidir en la pujada que s'ha fet ara de més d'un 30%, que crec que és una barbaritat. Si tot s'arregla, per què se li puja el soci? Bon dia, molt amables.
Moltes gràcies.
Thank you.
Hi ha un altre compromissari que ha aixecat
Any
la
other
mà,
delegate
sisplau.
members raising their hands, please?
Sisplau, el seu nom I número de soci.
Gelers I el 838, em penso que és. Vist aquests excel·lents resultats econòmics que ens ensenyen,
Having seen this excellent results, I support the comment made by my colleague. How can we see such an increase in all of these numbers? And then I am certain that 80–90% of us here have no idea of what you just explained. It's incomprehensible.
Aquí, sisplau, organització...
Over here, please.
Perdoni, que li atancin el
Please wait for the microphone. Antoni Nòria Quadrenys, member number 935.
Molt bé, endavant, sisplau.
Bé, jo voldria preguntar
I would like to
on s'ha
ask
comptabilitzat La comissió
What did you
sembla ser que ha percebut un intermediari
record
per la renegociació del
the
contracte de Nike.
renegotiation of the agreement with Nike? Where is this recorded? In what expense heading?
La comissió
And
l'ha cobrat el senyor Darren
Was
Day.
this a commission collected by Mr. Darren Dane?
Permeti'm que traslladi, atès que no és un punt de la
This is
liquidació de l'exercici
not
econòmic,
related to the settlement of the economic year, I would kindly ask you to ask that question at the relevant time. This question will be asked, but only at the relevant time. Thank you.
Hi ha alguna pregunta?
Any other questions?
Algun compromissari que alci? Senyor? Senyor Gaspar?
Mr. Joan Gaspart?
Número 628, Joan Gaspar
Sound, please.
i expresident del Barça. A veure, una prèvia. Jo sé que no està a l'ordre del dia.
Well, I know it's not about this item on the agenda, but let me make a comment first. It seems that those of us in favor, if any, are just being the teacher's pet, but we are Barcelona fans. Those who are against don't seem to be Barcelona fans, and that's not true either. They are also Barcelona fans. And with different criteria, we all have our different views. But always in the interest of Barca, because we all love it in the same way. Having said that, I agree with the last intervention in that it is difficult, especially for some more than others, to understand, and this is something that Mr. Ferran made a big effort, and the document sent by the club to the delegate members help. The Economic Commission explained things really well too. But I would just like to refer to something I have read calmly, which is the external audit report. The external audit has been conducted by an acknowledged firm, not just in Catalonia and Spain, but all over the world, as one of the best auditing firms right now. I've read this report in detail because, as my senator colleague just said, it's difficult to understand numbers unless you're an expert, in addition to the how well Mr. Ferran explains it. But reading the auditor's reports shows something clear to me. These are not people linked to the club, they are external agents and they do their job. No reservations were issued, not a single one. Or at least I didn't find any, and I've read it several times. And they issued a favorable report. So I don't think they can be considered teachers' pets, just auditors. And therefore, based on that alone, and on any other numbers or interventions, I will be touching on different things, but regarding this item, my opinion is a simple one. The auditors say there is no reservation, they explain the numbers really well, Mr. Ferran explained the things well, some will understand it better than others, but following a reading of the auditors, it's clear. No reservations are issued, and they just okay these numbers for the 2024-2025 season. That's my opinion.
Moltes gràcies.
Thank you very much.
Donem, doncs, per tancat les
shall
preguntes
we
referents
consider
a sala, en
these
aquest punt de l'ordre del dia,
questions, the floor from the audience closed, and we shall now proceed to give the answers.
Perdó, que hi ha una
Oh
darrera.
no, there's one more question over there.
Joan Pasqual, soci
Joan Pascal,
606.
member
Hi ha hagut alguna correcció
606.
comptes de l'any passat?
Have last year's accounts been corrected? Has there been any correction or amendment?
90 milions.
We saw those 90 million. Do you believe
Posar l'ordre al
they
dia?
should be approved and updated?
Gràcies.
Thank you.
Ara sí, ja
And now,
donem per conclòs
this brings us to the end of
les intervencions presencials.
the round of
Passarem
questions
a la
in the
contesta
room,
de
and
les
we'll
preguntes.
proceed now to answer the questions.
El senyor Rogeli
Mr.
Ruiz,
Rogeli
número 2
Ruiz,
soci
member number
689,
689,
ens pregunta sobre
asked
la
about
liquidació de l'exercici
the approval or
2024-2025.
settlement of 2024-2025
I
financial
diu,
year.
m'agradaria que
And he said, I
m'expliquéssiu si
would like you
decidim
to explain
coses
to
del
us
club perquè no podem decidir la pujada que s'ha fet
how can
ara
we not
de
decide
més del
this
30%.
increase of more than 30% in
Ferran,
numbers?
sisplau,
Ferran
o Helena.
or Elena?
Bon dia, senyor
Good
Ruiz.
morning, Mr.
Una
Ruiz.
qüestió. No hi ha una
There
pujada
is
de preu
no
del 30%.
increase of price of
Hi ha
30%.
uns preus...
Some,
no és un 30%, va d'un 10
it's
i
not
un
30%,
30,
it's
però
between 10 and 30.
crec que l'errada que
But I
cometem
believe
és
that
que
our
comparem amb el
mistake
preu
is
dels
to
passes de Montjuïc.
compare
Quan
this
vàrem
with the
posar
season
Montjuïc,
tickets at
nosaltres vàrem
Montjuïc.
fer uns preus
When we went to
per
Montjuïc,
zones
we
que
issued
vàrem
prices
ajustar
according to
per
areas
entendre
which
que
we adjusted because we
havíem de
considered
facilitar al
we
màxim
need to make things
l'assistència dels socis
easy
i abonats de
for
Montjuïc.
all members to attend.
Respecte
to go to the
al
games.
Montjuïc és evident que hi ha una
With respect to
pujada, però
Montjuïc,
estem parlant
it's
d'uns
clear there's an
passis
increase,
que
but we're
han
talking about
d'aplicar-se a
season
l'Spotify
tickets
Camp
that
Nou,
will need to
que
apply
en
at the
breu ja
Spotify
explicarem
Camp Nou.
després,
Very soon, we'll explain
podrem
later.
tornar,
We
i
will be able
aleshores
to come
no es
back,
poden comparar
and then
amb
we
els
cannot
passis de
compare
Montjuïc, sinó que
this with the Montjuïc
s'haurien de comparar
tickets,
amb els
but
preus de
rather
l'Spotify Camp
with the
Nou i no
prices at the
existeix
Spotify
aquesta
Camp Nou,
pujada.
and there's no increase yet.
Bàsicament, els preus que s'han
So
tret en
basically,
aquests
the
passis
prices for these
venen donats
tickets
pels
are due
últims preus de
to the
l'Spotify Camp
last
Nou de l'any 23,
prices in the Spotify Camp
actualitzats
Nou
amb
in
l'IPC,
2023,
i amb certs
updated according to the
reajustos, això sí,
CPI with some
perquè de cara al nou
adjustments.
estadi, la nova
Because with the view to the new
configuració
architectural
hem generat
configuration of the
zones
stadium,
diferents,
we've
com hem
created
dit,
different
en diferents
areas
corners i
and
gols
we've
que tenen preus
distinguished
diferents.
goals and
Per tant, hi ha
corners with different
reajustos,
prices. So
però
there
no hi ha
have
en
been
cap cas una
readjustments,
pujada del
but
30%.
no
Respecte a
30%
Montjuïc sí, perquè són preus
increase.
diferents, però són preus
In Montjuïc,
calculats
the
amb
price
el
is
nou
different,
Spotify
but they have
Camp
been
Nou.
calculated
Moltes gràcies.
compared to the new Spotify Camp Nou.
El senyor Ramon Fuster,
Mr. Ramon Fuster,
número soci
member number
839, ens
839,
pregunta,
asked,
vist els excel·lents
having
resultats,
seen the
per què
excellent
s'apugen les
results,
tarifes?
why are rates increased?
Estic segur que el 90%
I'm
dels que
certain
som
that
aquí
90%
no
of us
tenim ni
here
idea del que
have
heu
no
explicat.
idea
És
what just
incomprensible.
explained. It's
Helena,
incomprehensible.
vols contestar?
Elena, would you like to answer that?
Jo crec que el senyor Gaspar
I
ens ha
believe
donat
Mr.
una
Gaspar
resposta.
already
Entenem
gave
que les
us an
qüestions
answer to that
econòmiques són molt
question.
complexes.
Economic issues
Crec
are
que el
complicated.
company Ferran Oliver
My-
ha fet una
and
explicació
my colleague Ferran
molt
Oliver
didàctica. Jo
gave
que
a
soc
very
de lletres
didactic,
he pogut entendre
educational
perfectament i
explanation.
crec que
I'm more of a humanities person, you know,
tothom hem
and I
pogut
can understand
veure,
that we
desglossar
were
les
all able
cadascun
to
dels
see a
punts.
breakdown of
Jo
each
crec
of
que
these
l'exercici de
numbers, and I
transparència
believe that the
i
exercise of
explicació màxima que fem
transparency
és,
and
total. Per tant,
explanation
pot ser
is
que sigui
comprehensive.
complexa, però
It
crec
might
que
be
des del
difficult
club
to understand,
es
but I
posen
believe the
totes
club
les eines perquè es pugui entendre.
places all
I
means
com a soci
available
sap perfectament que si
for
té
members
qualsevol
to
mena de
understand
dubte,
things. And
des
if
de la
you have
UAP i
any
d'aquesta
queries,
junta directiva,
you can resort to the
podem,
UAB
tenir amb vostè
and
una
our
reunió,
board to
explicar-li
hold a
més
meeting and
personalment,
explain in
i, per tant,
detail
qualsevol
what
dubte
these
que
numbers
pugui
are all
tenir estem a la
about.
seva disposició.
Okay, so we
Moltes
remain at
gràcies.
your disposal if you have any more
El senyor
queries.
Antoni Nòria, com
Mr.
li he
Antoni
comentat
Nòria,
abans, li respondrem la pregunta en el
Your question will be
punt
answered at the relevant time.
El senyor Joan Gaspar,
Mr. Joan Gaspar, member
628,
number
ens
628,
pregunta, estic d'acord que ens costa
said, I
entendre,
agree
en
that it
base
is
en
difficult to
l'auditoria que he
understand.
llegit,
Based on the audit
l'auditoria
report I
que
read,
l'ha fet està
an audit
reconeguda al món
report
com una de les millors.
carried out by one of the
Me l'he
best
llegit
auditing
en
firms in
calma,
the world.
són
I've
persones
read it
externes que
clearly,
fan la seva
carefully.
feina.
They are external people
No
and
han
they
fet
do their job.
cap excepció,
No
salvetat, i fan un
reservations,
informe favorable.
no exceptions
Jo
were
em baso
issued
en
and they
això.
issued a
Els
favorable
auditors expliquen
report.
els números ben
Auditors
explicats,
explain
diuen que no hi ha
numbers.
cap
They say
excepció i la
there
seva
are
lectura és
no
claríssima.
reservations.
Donen
It's
un
clear.
okay a la
So
seva
they okay
liquidació.
the
Ferran?
year. Ferran, any comments?
És cert.
It is true.
Són comptes
These are accounts or
que estan
statements
plenament
that have
auditades.
been fully
Pensi
audited.
L'any passat, que precisament com estaven auditades
The way they had been audited last year,
criteri de l'auditor
the
no era el
auditor's
mateix que teníem
criteria was not the
nosaltres,
same as the one we had. We did not accept it,
explicar-lo tal com era.
and we said
En
things
aquesta-
the
en
way
aquest cas,
they
aquest
were.
any, el
In
criteri
this
de
case,
l'auditor
the criteria of the
coincideix
auditor
plenament amb
is
el
fully aligned
nostre.
with
Sí que és ben
ours.
cert, i aprofito per
It is
contestar-li
true, and I would like to answer.
No sé qui m'ha fet la
I don't know who
pregunta
asked that question
sobre el tema aquest
about this
de
topic,
Bridgeworth.
about Bridgeworth.
Miri, el tema de Bridgeworth és un tema
Well,
delicat.
that's a
Quan
delicate
nosaltres
matter.
hem entrat amb el tema de Bridgeworth del deterioro de la
When we asked about the impairment of the company, this has been a complicated topic to explain, difficult to explain. Why? Well, because we came from a company that had been audited with a report stating that the value was 400 million. Because of the things that happened throughout the years, we've reached a situation due to the impairment, because this company to work needs good control, because we haven't joint control, we would not have been able to activate this as income. So we have seen this impairment, accepting that our stake is worth 90 million, with an impairment of close to 60 million. This is shown in the statements and accepted by the auditor. The auditor actually proposed oppose this activation of depreciation by 45 million this year and last year in 60. This has been fully reflected in the accounts.
Crec que contesto a vostè, senyor
I
Gaspar,
believe
i
I
contesto
answered
també la pregunta
both
que
your
m'havien
question,
fet.
Mr.
Sí, sí,
Gaspar,
me'n recordo, el senyor que no
and the one asked to me here by Mr. Pasqual.
Doncs moltes gràcies a
Thank you
tots per
very
la
much
seva
to you all for
participació.
your
I abans de passar a
participation.
la
Now,
votació,
before we
passo la
cast a
paraula
vote,
al nostre
I'd like to give the
president,
floor to our
que es vol
president,
adreçar
who would
una
like to
pinzellada sobre aquest punt de l'ordre del
make
dia.
a few remarks about this item. I'll be brief. Thank you all for your interventions.
Bé, jo crec que l'esforç de màxima
I
transparència que
believe
fa
this
el
effort
nostre
of
tresorer, el
transparency
Ferran
made by
Oliver,
Ferran
per
Oliver,
explicar
our
els comptes,
treasurer, in explaining our accounts is clear.
Mirin, tresorer suposo que ve de
Mr. Treasurer,
tresor, no?
That comes
I el
from the
Ferran,
word
doncs,
treasure.
és un tresor.
Ferran
és
is
un
a
tresor,
treasure.
I tal com ho explica, jo crec
And the way
que
he explains things,
ho ha dit molt bé l'Helena,
Elena
doncs,
said so
és
very
molt
well.
didàctic
He's
i
very
entenc,
educational.
doncs, que
I can
hi hagi
understand
persones, doncs, que no
that there
acabin
are people who
d'entendre
might
o
not
que
quite
considerin
understand
incomprensible,
or
els
that
números no són senzills,
this is
però,
incomprehensible.
com ha
Numbers
dit
are
aquí
not
el
easy, of course,
president
but as
Gaspar,
President Gaspar said,
aquests comptes estan ben explicats. A
things
més a
have
més,
been explained
estan
well.
auditats.
These accounts have been
L'auditoria,
audited.
que és de les
The
millors del
audit
món,
report,
Crow,
the audit firm, one of the best in the world,
no s'ha
Crow,
posat cap salvetat.
didn't
Això
issue
vol dir que els
any
comptes són
reservations.
fidels
This means that the accounts are
al que és
truthful
el
to the
club.
fair and true image of the
I
club.
després han estat, doncs,
And
jo diria,
I would
també
say
molt ben
They
apuntats
have been
per la nostra presidenta de la
clearly
Comissió
explained
Econòmica.
by the president
Comissió
of our
Econòmica,
Economic
repeteixo,
Commission,
que és
an
independent.
economic commission that is
I
independent.
les recomanacions que
And
ens
in
ha
addition
fet,
to
que
the
les seguirem
recommendations
de
issued,
fil per randa, perquè
which
estem en el
we will
mateix,
follow,
diguem-ne,
because
amb les mateixes intencions.
we have the same
Les recomanacions
intentions.
de continuem amb els resultats
So
ordinaris
to continue with the
positius,
positive
contenció
ordinary
en
results,
la
containment
despesa i en la
in
política
expenses
retributiva.
and in
I, a
our
més a més,
remuneration
que tinguem molt
policy,
present que hem
and
de
that we need to consider
encaminar-nos
at all times
cap a la
that we
reducció
need
del
to
deute
focus
per
on
tenir una
reducing
situació
debt,
financera
to have a healthy, stable economic
millor,
situation.
millorar la situació financera.
I want to improve the economic situation after all, so all of these items have been referred to, and of the 27 million losses is just circumstantial. She referred to the fact that the volatility of Bar's production of Ram was explained to you, referred to this. This has been perfectly explained in section 2.7 of the report. We can see there how this happened.
Nosaltres no amaguem res.
We are not hiding anything.
Dit que a vegades diuen, amaguen.
Sometimes
no,
I hear
no
you
amaguem res.
hid
Està explicat
things,
perfectament a la
but we
memòria.
don't.
En el
We never have.
2.7 i ho ha
This is
explicat
explained in the
el
report in
nostre
section
tresorer.
2.7, and our treasurer explained it
Jo
as
el
well.
que us demano
What I ask
de tot
from
cor,
you
que això és important avui aprovar la
is that
liquidació
it is important to approve the
dit,
numbers
la
for
meva
the
intervenció
24-25 financial year
cercar l'estabilitat
in order
institucional
to
i per seguir donant fortalesa
secure financial
al
stability
club,
and
perquè
give
estem en uns
strength
moments
to
ara
the
que
club.
podem impulsar
We are
el
at a time
creixement
where we can
i
foster
aquests
growth,
comptes aprovar-los,
and we
doncs,
need to approve
és cabdal, és
these
molt important.
accounts.
Espero que doncs, votin
I
sí a
hope
la
you
aprovació.
vote in favour.
Gràcies.
Thank you.
A continuació, i abans de
Next,
començar amb la
and
votació,
before we start with the
els
voting
mostrarem el
process, we
vídeo
will show
amb
to
les
you a
instruccions de com
video
s'ha de
with the
procedir a la
instructions
votació.
on how to vote.
Sisplau.
Utilitzarem comandaments individuals de vot electrònic en cadascun dels punts de l'ordre del dia que ho requereixin. Cada persona rep en el registre inicial un dispositiu com aquest. En el moment que es comenci la votació de qualsevol dels punts de l'ordre del dia podrà emetre el seu vot de manera molt senzilla. Comprovi que el seu dispositiu es troba encès, verificant que hi ha un indicador de
cobertura a la cantonada superior esquerra de la pantalla.
In the bottom left-hand side of the screen. In the event the device is not on, click OK.
Si desitja modificar el vot abans que sigui emès, premi la tecla C del teclat. Aquesta tecla permet esborrar l'opció prèviament escollida i podrà tornar a seleccionar de nou l'opció desitjada. Per confirmar el seu
punt de l'ordre del dia.
And now we'll proceed to vote this item on the agenda. From this moment, access to the virtual room and the auditorium will be closed. We are voting on the settlement or approval of the 2024-2025 season. Those following us online, please proceed to press the voting button you will see appear on your screen. Since this voting process is online, from this moment we will give 10 minutes for people to vote and count the votes. The delegate members present in the room can already press the button on their devices. I ask everybody not to stand or leave the room until they have voted.
Doncs iniciem la votació.
Let's start with a vote.
les votacions. Sisplau, els hi pregaria anessin seient.
If you could kindly take your seats, please.
Sisplau, companys de junta directiva,
Please, dear
retorneu
colleagues from the
als
management
vostres
board
llocs.
and guests,
En breu.
return to your places.
Formularem el
We
resultat de la
will
votació.
give the outcome of the
Sisplau,
vote
els hi
in
prego
just a few
de
moments.
nou
I
que
ask you
tothom segui
to
en els
all
seus
kindly
corresponents
take your
llocs.
seats.
Tot seguit, els informo del resultat
Next,
de la
I will
votació.
inform you the outcome of the
Del
vote.
quòrum ha estat de 553.
553
Han
is
votat
the quorum.
afirmativament
In favor,
412. Han
412.
votat negativament 84.
Against,
I en
94.
blanc 31.
And blank
En
votes,
vista
31.
d'aquest resultat, proclamo l'aprovació
Thus,
de la liquidació
we
de
can
l'exercici
approve
econòmic de la temporada
we can
2024-2025.
the report of the accounts from the 24-25 season.
Passem ara al següent punt de
We
l'ordre
now
del dia,
move on
que
to the
correspon a
next
l'informe i
item,
aprovació, si s'escau, del pressupost de
which
l'exercici
will be the
econòmic
approval
corresponent a la
if
temporada
it is
25-26.
accepted the
Torno a demanar la
budget
presència al
for
faristol
the
del senyor
season,
Ferran Oliver, tresorer del club.
25-26 season. I give the
Sisplau,
floor
Ferran.
to Ferran once again to take the floor for this point of order.
Això serà més senzill,
This is going to be much simpler
perquè això són coses que encara
because
no han
these
passat.
are things that haven't
Les coses que no han
happened
passat
yet,
són més
and
senzilles d'explicar.
the things that haven't happened yet are easier to explain.
Anem a donar...
Let us
Els intentaré fer
I'm going to
el
try
mateix format que els he
to
explicat
follow the
abans.
same format as I
Tenim
did before.
la pinzellada del
We
que
have
entenem
just
que
an
serà
overview
la
of what we
temporada
think this 25-26 season will be. On
posem quin
the
ja és el
left,
resultat real que hem
we
tingut
see
a
the
aquesta
real
temporada
results that we have had
i a
during
la dreta
24-25,
és el
and
que
on the
nosaltres
right,
creiem
we
que
have
passarà a
our
la
forecast
temporada
for what will
25-26.
happen in 25-26
Aquí,
season.
igual que
Here,
l'anterior, aquí
just
tenim
as
dos
in
molt bones
previous
notícies.
case, we have very good
La primera és
news.
que hem de
The
seguir la
first is
senda del
that
resultat
we
ordinari
can
positiu. Recordin el que els
continue
deia
with
abans.
the positive
Això
results
és
of
una
the
cosa que no
ordinary
hem de canviar mai en el
income,
club.
something that we
El
should
resultat
not
ordinari
change
positiu
in
és
the
el que ens
club.
donarà la senda
This
de la recuperació
positive
del club. És el que farà que
situation
puguem
is
pagar el deute.
what
És
will
el
make it
problema que
possible
no
for us to
generem més
pay
de
our
deute.
debt and
És el
so
problema
and
de
keep
que
us from
això es
generating a
converteixi
greater
en una casa
debt.
normal,
And
que
thus
els
we
diners
can
que
become a
ingressen
normal
i els diners que
organization.
surten. No pot ser
The
mai que els
money
diners que
that
surten
comes
d'una
in
casa siguin
is
superiors als
never
diners que
less than the
ingressen.
money that's
Això és
going
tan
out.
senzill com
And
això.
this, it's
La
as simple as
comptabilitat a
that,
vegades és
and
més senzilla del que
accounting
sembla.
is
Aquí
often
és el que
simpler
hem
than it
d'intentar, que el
seems, and this is what we
resultat
have to
ordinari
try to
sempre
make sure that the
positiu.
ordinary outcome is
La
always
segona gran
positive.
notícia que tenim
The
aquí són
second
els
good
ingressos.
bit of
Ja
good news
passem
is the
per primer cop
income.
la xifra
We
màgica
have
dels 1.000
gone
milions.
above
Això és
this
el que els
magical
explicava
amount of
abans.
1 billion.
Quan vagi l'estadi
We explained
funcionant,
before,
aquesta xifra
once
ens
the
farà
stadium is
aquesta
up and running, we will see how
No
this
preveiem
grows
que hagi,
considerably. We do not
resultats
foresee
extraordinaris, amb la qual cosa
extraordinary
el resultat
results.
net que nosaltres
Therefore, the
presentem
net
de la
result that
agrupació
we are
és un resultat
presenting
net de
will
4
be
milions.
one of a net
Anem a entrar
result
en
of 4
partides i en
million.
matèria
Let us
directament.
look at different
La primera partida
headings
que
or
ja tenim és
items.
a l'estadi.
The first
Recordin
we
allò que
have
els
is the
explicava
stadium, as
a la
I
presentació
explained
de
to
la
you
temporada
in
24-25. Si no haguéssim
as
fet
I
res,
talked about
nosaltres teníem uns
24-25, if we
ingressos de
hadn't done
250
anything, we
milions.
would have had income of
Fixi's que
250
encara no hi
million.
arribem.
Now, notice
Encara no
we
arribem als 250
still haven't
milions que
reached
nosaltres teníem a la
250
temporada
million that we
22-23
had in the
quan jugàvem a
22-23 season
l'Spotify
when we played, when
Fixi's
we
el
were
que ha
playing at the
costat
Spotify Camp Nou.
recuperar aquest nivell d'ingressos.
Look how difficult
on
it's
som.
been to
Hem passat
recover
dels
where we
175
are.
als
We have gone
226.
from
És una
175
gran
to
notícia,
226.
però
That is
encara
great
estem amb
news.
la
However,
seguretat que no arribem
we
al que teníem abans.
we still
Això
haven't
demostra
reached what we
la
had
valentia de
before,
la
and
decisió
this
d'aquesta
is
directiva haver
proof
fet això
of
amb la
the
situació que
courage
estàvem.
of the
I
management
recordo,
board
aquest
to
estadi,
take
com
this
a ple
on,
rendiment, estarem amb una xifra
given
al
the situation
voltant
that we
dels
had.
400 milions.
So we are
Els
looking
mèdia,
at
mèdia és el que
commercial
els
around
explicava
400
anteriorment.
million.
És
Media, as I
el que
explained
és de
before,
cara a les retransmissions
it has to
esportives.
do with
Aquí
the
tenim
broadcasting
la
of
part de
our
Lliga i la part
matches.
de
Here we
UEFA.
have
I
part from
nosaltres
the Liga and part
surt
from
inferior
UEFA,
al que va ser la realitat
and
perquè tornem a
it is
criteri de
less
prudència
than reality
de
because
pressupostar
we
únicament com si
budgeted
arribéssim a quarts de
only
final.
if we
Tot el
reached
que passi de quarts de
quarterfinals.
final,
Everything that goes
l'any que ve
beyond
veuran vostès que
quarterfinals,
és
well,
benefici.
you will see for next season it will
Comercial.
be profit.
Comercial, seguim
And
amb el
on
que
the
els
commercial
explicava.
level,
Recorden que
we
quan els hi
continue
deia,
what we
aquesta
said
partida estava
before.
composada per
This
la part
was
de
made
BLM,
up of
que l'any
the
aquest any passat que
BLM,
hem
which
aprovat ara
last
eren 170
season
milions,
was
i que nosaltres ja
170
preveiem
million,
que
and that
aquest
we
any estigui al
already
voltant dels
forecast
200
that would be around
milions d'euros
200
de
million of
facturació
euros
amb un
for
EBITDA superior,
invoicing with
evidentment, als
an
50
EBITDA
milions que ha
which
donat
is
aquest
over
any.
50 million that we
La
had this
segona
year.
partida que creixerà
The second
exponencialment
item
també
that
serà la
will
part
grow
d'esponsorització.
exponentially is
Conforme
sponsorships.
nosaltres anem ja jugant a l'Spotify,
when we return to the Spotify Camp Nou, well, these sponsors are most interested in sponsoring us when we are in our stadium. Then we have minor aspects such as legends, academies, these small amounts, and these are minor compared to the main words, which are BLM and sponsorships. Transfers and sale of players. Well, we have 55 forecasts. Remember what I explained about last year. In the sporting area, what we need to do is to know how to buy and how to sell. It's extremely important for a club of the category of FC Barcelona to also know how to sell, how to, well, for those players that are not useful for the first team, how to place them somewhere else. And we calculate 55 million as a result of that. Castellingau, we got a percentage of that player when he was transferred, and now he will come back. So, because we had a participation in this player, it will be one of the items that will make that increase from 44 to 55 million. And then there are other players that have been ceded to other teams, and we will receive more for this season. The sale of assets and other recurring income, we've done the opposite. We know what lawsuits we could activate because we won, but we want to be cautious, and since we don't know if we'll win or not, well, that's why this figure of 12 million is greater, but we want to be very cautious, very prudent, and not present what we're not sure we will win. Now, what are we going to spend on? What are our costs? Well, we want to continue to be competitive. We have to pay Spike Barça, and the first item is sports salaries, or the wage bill. This will increase. It will increase every year, but it always have to increase in proportion to the increase in income. These players that we have with us, making it an extremely competitive team, well, we will progressively increase salaries, which is natural. And the non-sporting salaries plus the management fees, well, costs, we have a special complication here. There will be an increase of management costs because this season we have had 3 stadiums functioning. We played in Johan, we played in Montjuic, and we'll come back to Spotify. What has happened? Well, we have tripled our costs to manage these 3 spaces, and this is an exceptional cost that we've had this year on our way to returning to play in the Spotify Camp Nou. This has been worsened because of the growth of BLM, that is 170, 175 in invoicing to 200 million. But of course, we have to provide more means and more raw materials so that this company can continue to grow. I prefer having these because they have a growth of BLM has an important impact, and maintaining 3 stadiums during the season has also contributed to this increase. We have other costs. We have amortization that are non-sporting. We have contributions to the foundation, etc., and we expect this year to have a better impact than last year, and we believe that will be 30 million below what we did last year, most of all because we
Bé, això ens porta a un resultat financer del club que amb un resultat financer de més o menys el mateix, entre 27 i 23. I aquí sí que hi ha una incorporació ja del resultat financer de l'Espai Barça perquè ja activem totes les obres i tots els pagaments que s'estan fent a l'Espai Barça, amb la qual això implica una part del resultat financer de 28 milions que tot i això, i tot i comptant-ho, ens dona un resultat ordinari de 5 milions. Com no calculem que hagin extraordinaris,
since we don't expect any extraordinary income, we have -1 of taxes, then 4 would be the net result. We could have better net results, but we are continuing in the line of improving our sports quality and reducing debt. We want to have a very competitive team that's young and that will last for many years, and at the same time we want to join this to the unique experience of having a new stadium in the coming years, and knowing that this will give us a tremendous, spectacular income, and it will also allow for our team to adjust in its salaries to the situation. Let me show you the same that I showed you before. Even having increased the wage bill, we are 1 point below. Why? Because proportionally our income has increased. Last year, for example, we had 534 million.
Teníem uns ingressos de 994.
24,
el ràtio que representava la despesa esportiva era del 54%. Aquest any, tot i haver pujat aquests 32 milions, com els ingressos han pujat més, ens mantenim amb un ràtio un punt inferior. Aquest és l'objectiu del club.
And that is our objective, to have a competitive team that we will slowly manage with the right signings and extensions of contracts to keep us competitive compared to the other clubs. That's all. That's a lot easier. Thank you very much.
Gràcies, senyor Oliver. Recordo als compromissaris que ens segueixen de forma telemàtica que ja poden començar a demanar el seu torn d'intervenció. A continuació, sol·licito de nou a la senyora Carme Hortalà per llegir l'informe preceptiu de la Comissió Econòmica d'acord amb l'article 58è de l'Estatut del nostre grup.
Of our bylaws. Good morning once again. And on this occasion, we have a second report that is done by the Economic Commission on the second item, which has to do with the exercise in the 25-26 season budget.
S'emet d'acord amb el previst en el punt D de l'article 58 dels Estatuts del Club. En una primera visió global del pressupost, el club preveu un resultat molt similar al resultat ordinari del 24-25, seguint amb els criteris de contenció de despesa i prudència per estimacions d'increments d'ingressos, preveient-se un moderat augment de 3 milions d'euros al resultat ordinari, que contempla la tornada al Camp Nou directament a la fase 1B. Amb una fórmula similar a la de Montjuïc, abans del final del 2025, i ara ens comentarà la companya Elena Font. La visió general, la Comissió Econòmica, el pressupost veu aquest resultat net de 5 milions d'euros. Tal com s'ha exposat, el pressupost mostra un resultat de 5 milions sense extraordinaris, així com un resultat d'explotació de 56 milions i un EBITDA positiu de 160. Tenint en compte que aquest any, com que ja es comença a amortitzar l'Espai Barça, d'aquest EBITDA i resultat ordinari acabarem amb el resultat final de 5 milions. En l'apartat d'ingressos, el pressupost preveu un total, com ens ha comentat en Ferran, de 1.075 milions, confirmant la tendència a l'alta, amb un increment de 81 milions respecte aquesta temporada 24-25 i trencant aquesta famosa barrera dels 1.000 milions. Del pressupost, la Comissió en destaca particularment l'increment d'ingressos de l'estadi condicionats al retorn del nou Spotify Camp Nou, amb inici directament a la fase 1B, és a dir, aproximadament 45.000 seients. Tot i que, com a bona culer, m'agradaria poder-hi tornar ja,
I would like to go back, as any fan would right now, to the stadium, we must highlight that all of our fans have been very patient and
de l'Spotify siguin similars als que estem tenint a Montjuïc. Per tant, la Comissió Econòmica reitera que aquesta fase sigui, comencem per la fase B, amb 45.000 seients en l'Spotify Camp Nou. Per, òbviament, seguir amb la fase C, ja de
following with phase C, which would be 65,000, and then after that, hopefully, we'll all be able to get there. As far as the operating costs, we have 5.6% increase, and that is established as the main line of the club, with the objective of maintaining constant levels of cost in order to increase the positive outcome. Thus, as was mentioned previously, the salary, the wage
de 5,8, 31 milions,
que es mantingui amb els últims anys, which is in line with what we have done in recent years. It's important to highlight, as we've just heard from Ferran, that the ratio drops to 53%.
d'aquell 98 de fa anys.
Not the 90 that we had some years ago before we arrived. It's important to have the same policy for expenses for all of our professional teams, even though some markets continue to undergo great deal of inflation. Now, La Masia has proven to be one of our greatest investments and has been able to provide us with outstanding players for both the men's and the women's first team. The increase of 53 million, as we saw, has to do with two aspects, the increase in the business volume and also BLM, which is growing, but that means we have to buy the raw material for them to sell.
I assumir un volum de negoci, per tant, molt més elevat per part de BLM. De la mateixa manera, la segona font la ubicaríem amb l'obertura parcial d'aquest estadi, que no tan sols ens permet més ticketing, però que també comportarà tota una sèrie de despeses, tant per la pròpia obertura inicial com el per què suposa conviure el normal funcionament amb la continuïtat de les obres. Menció especial mereix un nou apartat del resultat financer Espai Barça. Aquest és motivat per l'inici de la ja prevista amortització, que ha de coincidir en l'entrar en funcionament del citat projecte. Les estimacions són d'uns costos aproximats de 100 milions d'euros anuals, a partir de la finalització del projecte. En el proper exercici, la normativa comptable imputa la despesa parcial, tan sols 28, al no estar tot l'actiu en ple funcionament. La comissió insisteix en destacar l'objectiu essencial d'obtenció de resultats ordinaris i evites positius, tal com hem remarcat en diferents apartats dels nostres informes. Són indispensables per garantir la sostenibilitat del club i, per tant, el seu present com a futur. En relació als potencials impactes extraordinaris i un cop reestructurat el principal impacte de l'últim exercici, Bridgeburg, o el que avui anomenem Barcelona Productions, la Comissió Econòmica no té present ni en estudi una partida extraordinària de venda de cap dels actius del club. Tal com s'ha mencionat a l'informe de la liquidació de l'exercici 24-25, aquest aspecte és un aspecte de vigilància especial per part d'aquesta comissió. I ja, per anar finalitzant, la Comissió Econòmica reitera recordar el citat article 67 en suspensió, com he comentat anteriorment.
which
La
is in
Comissió
suspension. The
referma l'importància de finalitzar en el menor temps possible la tornada a un patrimoni net positiu, reconeixent els esforços realitzats i assabentada l'actual procés en curs de la modificació dels estatuts, i veu imprescindible que la nova redacció asseguri, millori l'eficàcia del mecanisme de control. La suspensió transitòria hauria de finalitzar quan la situació patrimonial permeti començar de zero, situació que el pressupost actual encara no preveu, però esperem i desitgem sigui el més aviat possible. I ja per concluir, la Comissió assenyala la consecució de resultats positius ordinaris i EBITDA per tercer any consecutiu, com a essencial i imprescindible, i els considera eixos bàsics en el pla de futur pel club i per assegurar la seva viabilitat econòmica. La Comissió valora l'esforç que el pressupost de l'exercici 25-26 segueixi consolidant aquests resultats positius de manera ordinària, triant estimacions prudents i realistes en l'apartat d'ingressos i segueixi la línia de contenció en matèria de despeses, mantenint la competitivitat del club en un moment de gran transformació. La Comissió considera innegociable la indispensable continuació d'obtenció de resultats d'explotació i EBITDA positius, en pro de recuperar el patrimoni positiu i la paulatina reducció del deute. Bon dia a tothom. Comissió Econòmica de Futbol Club Barcelona.
The Economic Commission of Football Club Barcelona.
Moltes gràcies, senyor Hortalà.
Thank you very much.
Obrim, doncs, el torn d'intervencions i deliberacions relatiu a aquest tercer punt de l'ordre del dia. En primer lloc, i seguint la sistemàtica que hem utilitzat en el punt anterior, respondrem a aquelles preguntes que s'han realitzat a través del formulari previ. En total n'hem rebut 4 sobre aquest punt de l'ordre del dia, a les quals tot seguit donarem resposta.
And we will answer them right away.
El soci 9.067, Albert Meires Mendanya, pregunta: dins el pressupost de la temporada 25-26, quants diners rep el club pel partit contra el Villarreal a Miami? Ferran, sisplau.
Bé, la veritat que quan es va elaborar els pressupostos 25-26, aquesta partida no estava contemplada perquè no es contemplava el partit, amb la qual no està en la llista ni d'ingressos ni de despeses.
El soci 84.132, Andrei Ion, com es reflecteix en el pressupost 25-26 la pèrdua d'ingressos a causa dels retards en l'obertura del Camp Nou?
Bé, nosaltres ja teníem pressupostat
Yes, we had already budgeted the return to the Camp Nou would be in phases. There would be one for 27,000, another 45,000, another 52,000 seats. There's been a slight change in this, but we also had the income from Montjuïc. We thought at the beginning of the season we would be at 26. But right now the income are most likely higher in the case of Montjuïc.
El soci 606,
Mr. Joan Pasqual Esquius asks,
des del punt de vista estrictament econòmic i sense entrar a valorar altres qüestions, podríem informar-nos de quants diners s'han perdut en ingressos de taquilla per haver jugat el trofeu Joan Gamper i 2 partits de Lliga a l'estadi Johan Cruyff?
Playing Joan Gamper and 2 league games at the Johan Cruyff facility.
És la quarta, perdó, la del 606. Joan Pasqual Esquius.
That's Joan Pasqual Esquius. That's the fourth. I think we've skipped one. No, I'll ask that one at the end.
És una mica el que els explicava abans.
Okay, it's what I was explaining before.
Aquests partits que ens han ocasionat de canvi de jugar al Johan Cruyff s'han vist compensats per tot el tema de Montjuïc, amb el qual hem fet uns ingressos probablement superiors
obviously this has brought about a difference in the income that we had originally budgeted when we look at the entire season. But one thing will compensate the other.
I el soci 54.617, Eduard Conti Batlle, ens pregunta: el pressupost preveu un resultat net positiu de 4 milions, molt modest. Quines mesures estructurals pensa aplicar la Junta per revertir el patrimoni net negatiu i quin any s'espera recuperar l'estabilitat financera real del club?
Com poden veure, aquest any és un any d'ingressos superior de l'estadi sense encara arribar a l'any 22-23, que era l'any d'estadi sencer, que era els dels 250 milions. Per això us repetia aquella xifra quan us he dit al principi, 135 l'any anterior, 250 quan estàvem a l'Spotify i aquest any 2025. La clau de recuperació del patrimoni net positiu serà l'estadi, sense cap dubte. Recordin la xifra que els he dit, amb un estadi en ple funcionament a l'Spotify estarem a 400 milions. Conforme nosaltres ens anem acostant a aquesta fita de l'estadi complet, el patrimoni net anirà disminuint. Aquesta junta directiva no s'ha obsessionat amb això. Si haguéssim tingut un criteri economicista amb això, probablement no haguéssim fet l'estadi i probablement tindríem jugadors en venda. Aquesta junta el que ha preferit és mantindre aquest número negatiu que encara sembla que molesti una mica, però que sabem positivament com s'arreglarà i com s'arreglarà quan tinguem precisament a l'estadi en ple rendiment. O sigui que tot això es anirà resolvent progressivament quan anem arribant a l'estadi al 100%.
Amb aquesta resposta ja donem per acabada les
With this answer, we come to the end of the questions asked via the form, and now is time for in-person and video conferencing interventions. Allow me to remind you that you should refer exclusively to the subject matter of this item. We should all consider this in order to guarantee smooth operation of this assembly and in order to ensure that the maximum possible number of delegate members can intervene. I would kindly remind you that before each intervention you must state your name and member partner for it to be recorded in the minutes.
Per tant, comencem, doncs, amb el
let's
bloc
start
de videoconferència.
with the video conferencing block.
D'organització.
Comença el torn de preguntes.
This is the beginning of the video conferencing system and questions. First question made by Mr. Josep Pujadas i Gil, member number 4646. Good morning, Barça fans. Good morning from Santa Cecília de Voltregà. I have a question for Josep Bullcubells about the Palau Blaugrana, the new Palau Blaugrana. We are building the new Camp Nou, so we need to talk about the new Palau Blaugrana. I will be voting yes to everything, because the commitment of Barça of not reducing the sports level is the one that will lead us to maintain our level of income that will allow us to reverse the poor financial situation left by Mr. Bartomeu's board. But the new Palau Blaugrana might help us too. The Roig Arena is a good example of that. But with this income, in addition to complying with the commitment to Euroliga that has not been on for several years, I would like to know, Mr. Cubells, when do we expect to start working on the new Palau Blaugrana? Thank you. Now we give the floor to Mr. Xavier Fite Camarena, member number 82705. Good morning. I would like to highlight my concern about the feasibility of the budgets. Negative 23 million difference compared to last year's budget generates an important concern about your credibility. Likewise, it's surprising that under direct management controls, such as management expenses and other expenses, there's a 60 million increase. If we maintain this deviation with respect to the current budget, we will have a negative EBITDA once again, as it goes against the suggestion of Ms. Carla Hurtala, who says that positive EBITDA is very important to maintain the feasibility of the club. So I would like to know, what are the factors that led to these deviations, and in these specific headings, and what measures will be adopted to improve control and monitoring to ensure that this is under control. Thank you.
Sí, des d'organització Si no em dieu el contrari...
Unless I'm told otherwise,
Exacte, ja m'ho confirmen, que no hi ha cap més pregunta feta per videoconferència, per tant ja cloem aquesta part d'intervencions i una més. Endavant, sisplau.
Please go ahead. We do have one more question. It will be asked by Mr. José María González Ibáñez, member number 68773.
Obri el micròfon,
Please, unmute your mic.
Ahora, buenos días.
Good morning.
Como me he perdido las preguntas,
I lost the questions because I wanted to ask a question. I was getting ready for it, so I don't know whether this has already been asked. I was going to ask about the exploitation of the stadium when it's operating at 100% of its capacity. So what is the consequence? I mean,
¿cómo se prevé el tema de los abonos?
¿Si incrementará the situation about season tickets? Will they increase or will they not? Are we talking about an increase in season tickets?
Esa es la pregunta. Y si
That
ya
is
se
my
ha contestado,
question.
pues
If it has already been answered, well, apologies. It was just while I was trying to connect and ask my question.
Cuando no he podido oír las preguntas de la gente.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
I fins aquí les preguntes
This
a
brings
través
to
de la
the end of the
plataforma
questions
telemàtica per aquest
asked
punt.
on the online platform.
Molt bé, doncs comencem
Thank you. Okay,
a
let
donar
us start
respostes a les
answering
intervencions per
these
via telemàtica.
questions that have been asked remotely.
Em pregunta, senyor Pujades...
Mr. Pujades was asking me about...
Josep Pujades, amb número
Well, Mr. Josep Pujades, member number
4646.
4646.
Aquesta pregunta doncs, és important doncs, pel club. Entenc que està dintre de l'espai Barça.
The new Palau Blaugrana is part of the Espai Barça.
Si li sembla, li passaré la resposta directament a la companya Elena Fort, que és la presidenta
to answer that question, because she is the president of the Espai Barça Commission, so that she can
li pugui assenyalar els timings que tenim
mention the timelines that are expected.
Senyor Pujades,
Mr.
sempre
Pujades,
el Palau Blaugrana és una fita important i referencial en el que és del projecte de l'Espai Barça. Sempre vàrem dir que el projecte del Palau seguiria el
project would continue, that is, it would follow the construction of the main building, the Spotify Camp Nou. So for the time being, we are not publicly explaining the work that we are doing regarding the Palau. I believe soon we will be able to share some news, and as work progresses on the Camp Nou, on the Spotify Camp Nou, we will disclose more information. But work is being done. We retook the initial project with the same architects, with the same team to redefine the project. Many often we've explained that when we came here and we saw the first project, this Palau had a mistake, which did not allow, because of its capacity, to hold or manage competitions such as EuroLeague, and there was a technical issue when implementing this as part of the town planning plan, and it required preliminary work. I believe that the design work for the Palau in the final stage, and as we always say, first we'll get back to the Spotify Camp Nou, and then we will start with stage 2, the Palau Blaugrana. But both yourself and the other members should rest assured that we are working on it, that it is a priority for us.
Sí, també afegir els
And let me
comentaris
also
de
add
l'Helena que
to these
tant
comments
l'Eurolliga estan informats
EuroLeague is
de tots els
informed
procediments
of
que
all
estan
the
portant a terme,
procedures that we're carrying
que
out.
també tenim possibilitats, doncs,
There is
com
also
hem
the
anat,
possibility,
suposo, seguint a través de
as you must have
mitjans,
followed
una possible
on
incorporació
media,
a
of a
l'NB Europa,
possible
a la qual també ens
joining
demanen
of NBA Europe,
un pavelló
and they ask for
d'aquesta tipologia,
a
i
sports
alhora
pavilion that has to meet
també per
certain standards,
l'organització de Final
and also for the
s'ha hagut de
organization
fer
of Final
aquesta
Fours.
modificació
I mean, this
fins als
modification was
15.000,
necessary to reach
atès que
15,000,
amb el projecte anterior
because in the previous
no
project
s'hagués
we would have not reached that number, and we would have not been able to hold any Final Four. So it's an important venue for us. It's important for the club, and especially for those who love and follow basketball.
Passem, doncs, a la pregunta següent,
Let's move on to the next question, asked by Mr. Xavier Fité, member number 82705.
I ens pregunta, preocupació per la fiabilitat dels
I'm worried about the
pressupostos, la
reliability of
desviació de
these
23
budgets.
milions
Deviation of
negatius em genera
23
dubtes
million in
sobre la
losses, bringing about
credibilitat. Les
doubts
despeses han
around
augmentat
the
uns 60
credibility
milions
with an
i
increase
si
in
mantenim aquesta
expenses of
desviació
60 million. If we
tenim un
keep this
EBITDA negatiu.
deviation, we will have a
Voldria
negative
saber
EBITDA.
quins
I
factors
would
han
like to know
provocat
what
aquestes
factors led to these
desviacions i quines
deviations
mesures
and what
s'adoptaran
measures will
per
be
assegurar que el
adopted to
pressupost
ensure
es compleix.
that the budget is met.
Ferran?
Suposo que la seva
I
preocupació
imagine that his concern is related to the management expenses that we saw in the season 2024-2025. Management expenses arose on account of the increase of BLM. BLM is a quote-unquote new company. The BLM we had, that is, the clothing company, has nothing to do with the BLM we have today following the agreement with Nike. This agreement with Nike has allowed this company to experience exponential growth. To this end, you need to endow that company with the necessary resources in order to operate, carry out an activity, as well as human resources. And this means that the 2024-25 season, the increase in expenses had been substantially greater. But as I mentioned earlier, in any company, when you set it up, you need to put it into operation to exercise, and you need to provide it with substance, with human resources and management means. And this is what happened with this company. In the 2025-2026 season, we believe there will not be such a need, but in the 2024-2025, there was that need for it to grow. You must bear in mind that this company, BLM, 770 million today, 170-75, and EBITDA of 50 million. Next year we will exceed 200 million, and our EBITDA will be greater than 60 or 70 million. Bear how important this company will be for the club. In terms of turnover, we are almost close to the level of income generated by the stadium itself, a really significant figure. But this entailed a process of assigning resources and substance. Usually when this is done in a, let's say, newly created company like this one, there is no need for the assignment of resources to be as intensive later on. So this number will correct itself in the years to come. Thank you, Ferran. Let's go to member number 68773, Mr. José María González, who asked,
que se'ns ha parlat tant de
a lot
l'explotació
has
de
been said
l'estadi quan
about the
està en
exploitation of the
rendiment, com es
stadium when it's
preveu el
in
tema de
full
l'abonament.
capacity.
Parlem d'un
What are you going to do with the season
amb increment
tickets?
del preu dels
Is
abonaments.
the price going to increase?
Elena, sisplau.
Elena?
Senyor González,
Mr. González?
Aquesta pregunta no és sobre
This
l'exercici
is
econòmic
not
del
about the
2026,
budget for
perquè
the
encara no tindrem l'aforament complert
2025-2026 because the stadium will not be at full capacity yet.
Aquesta pregunta sempre l'hem
This
respost en el
is a
sentit que
question
a
we
dia
always
d'avui
answered by
encara
saying
no
that
tenim un
today
plantejament
we have
i un
not
treball
considered,
tancat i
we
concretat.
have not
Tenim àrees de
carried out
treball i estem fent totes les anàlisis possibles.
We are
Sempre podem
analyzing
posar en
things,
valor que
but
tindrem un
we
estadi nou,
always say that we will have a
absolutament
new
nou, remodelat, el
stadium.
millor
It will be
estadi, el president
renovated,
d'Europa,
the
jo
best
m'atreveixo a dir
stadium
del
in
món.
Europe. I would dare to say the best in the
I per
world.
tant sí que evidentment com a
So,
club hem de fer una
as a club,
reflexió
we need
sobre quins
to
són els
think
preus
what the prices will be.
d'aquest estadi. Ara bé, aquests preus no
Having said
signifiquen
that,
de forma
these
automàtica una
prices
pujada
do not
com
automatically
moltes vegades
entail
s'està
an
parlant.
increase
Hi ha una
in season
reordenació
ticket
de zones
prices. There will
perquè
be
abans s'havien
reordering
de
of
les
zones.
zones
In the
tradicionals
past,
que
we
ara no
had
seran les
traditional areas.
mateixes.
They won't be the
Penseu,
same
per exemple,
anymore.
que abans
Bear
la
in
part
mind
més
that
cara era
before the
aquella
most
part que era
expensive
coberta
part was
perquè el
the
que
part
estava
undercover,
descobert
because
es
those
mullava i per
without
tant el que
roof
pagava
got
més el
wet
que no
when
es
it
mullava.
rained.
En aquest moment l'estadi
Right
canviarà,
now, the
per tant
stadium will
no es
change.
mullarà ningú
Nobody will
i
get
per tant el
wet.
que estarà cobert tindrà
And
pitjor visibilitat.
maybe some who are undercover have worse visibility than those who are not. So we'll need to reconsider some things. Consider zoning, see what situations require adjustments or not, and that is what we are currently working on. Thank you. Thank you, Elena. This brings us to the end of the answers to this first block of questions asked over the video conferencing system. Let us go now for in-person questions. So any delegate members present in the room can raise their hands to ask their questions. A microphone will be given to you. As previously, we will be answering the questions in blocks of 5.
Sisplau.
Member 606. It's in relation to the answer given by Mr. Oliver earlier. I was asking about the losses at the Johan Cruyff for having played there, the Gamper and 2 league games. You said that this will be compensated or offset with the benefits obtained from playing in Montjuic. Could you please explain this to me? I don't quite understand it. If it's a loss, it's a loss. You cannot compensate them. If not, this would be money in the pocket. So how can we recover that money? Excuse me, Ferran, before you answer. This delegate member had already asked this question in writing, and I believe an answer has been given to you already. But it's a question about his answer, so it's a re-question. I'm just stating, yeah, I didn't quite understand. How come money that was lost is offset? You know, if it's lost, it's lost. Okay. The nuisance here is, when we budgeted the 2025-2025 season, we thought we would be playing at the Spotify Camp Nou. Okay? That's the way we see it. How do we contemplate this? Well, during the first games, the capacity would be 27,000, then 45,000, and at the end, 60,000. That was the assumption we worked on as a, ramp up to reach the 2025-2026 budget. But one thing is what we budgeted, and a different thing is the events that occurred. There was a negative event, which was playing the first games at the Johan Cruyff Stadium. But what we lost by playing there, compared to the 27,000, has been offset with these other games, where we had a capacity of 40-odd thousand when we should have been playing in a stadium with 27,000. So this is what I was trying to say. What we lost on the one hand, we recovered on the other. Not only are we compensating, we are actually improved the situation. It's not desirable because we would have wanted to do that ramp from 27 to 45 to 60-something. That was what we were looking for. But as financially speaking, despite the fact that we played the first 3 games at the Johan Cruyff, the other games are being played at Montjuic in a stadium with 50-odd thousand spectators. It compensated compared to the 27,000 that were contemplated in the first stage. The budget will be better because it was based on 27, and now we are getting income on 50,000. Take the microphone, please. That is depending on your budget, not the reality. A loss is a loss. Excuse me. I believe that the new nuisance here, Mr. Ferran, is that we didn't get it. The loss has not taken place. We've already compensated it with the income received from playing at the Olympic Stadium, the Lluís Companys, these days, with good ticketing sales. And we will be able to compensate this as well with the revenue from the Miami game. This had not been budgeted, and this will represent income that will compensate in excess what we did not get by playing at the Johan Cruyff. And when it comes to Miami, you didn't answer the question. Well, we cannot answer that question yet. because La Liga needs to inform us in detail. There are forecasts, but they need to inform us what the income will be. But I can assure you that there will be much more compared to the game being played in Villarreal, because if the game would be played in Villarreal, we would get nothing. So whatever we get from Miami will be income that was not budgeted, income that could be used to compensate the income we did not get from playing at the Johan Cruyff. Sounds perfect. It would be good to know the amount. Well, I won't be able to give you an amount that I don't know, but I can tell you that there are a series of items that for this game being played in Miami, just for being there, we will get money. And probably there will be other items that will generate more money. We still need to get the numbers. We need to get the information from La Liga. We haven't got it yet. But there will be revenue, there will be income, don't worry. And they will be used to compensate the income that we didn't get from the Johan Cruyff, which was budgeted. We thought we would get them, as the Treasurer just said. Thank you. Any more questions? I would like to explain things that Mr. Ferran and Ms. Hurtala might not be able to explain, or cannot, because what they say is the correct thing to say, but I'm brave enough to say things the way I think them. Mr. President, he who invented the word levers, give him my regards, because we're not talking about levers, we're talking about capital increase, because Barça is different. When I see that other clubs use petrol as a lever, don't have the problem we do, or other clubs who have owners, and when they get tired of losing money, they just sell their majority stake, or others who are owners of funds. Well, we are the owners of the club, and the levers, which are capital increases, in my opinion, it is clear if we did not have them, we, the partners, would have to put money from our own pockets. And Ferran was clear, this is not part of the philosophy of this institution. And about Miami, about Saudi Arabia playing the Super Cup there, do you believe that we, the partners, members, are happy about going to Miami? No. Do you think we're happy to go to Saudi Arabia to play the Super Cup? No, we're not. But we must. We must. We have no oil. We have no funds. We have no owners. The 150,000 members and partners need atypical income. And this is only secured via games in Miami, games in Saudi Arabia, with the marketing profit to be obtained. And other clubs, like us, I mean, I would say there are only three. Osasuna, Athletic Club, and another one I will not mention. This other club I will not mention. In their assemblies last between half an hour and 1 hour. Ours lasts 4, 5, or maybe more, if you consider lunch break. And those speaking against the president must be subsidized. So we are not like this. We are Barça. And there's only one thing, Mr. Ferran, I would like to ask from you. I believe you are compelled to say so, and I'm compelled to say I disagree. Barça is not worth 5 billion. Barça has no price. Barça is priceless, because our feelings are priceless. And this is a club of feelings. Thank you. President Gaspard, we have former presidents here. We have Enrique Reina, thank you for coming. Former President Joan Gaspard, thank you for coming too. Well, your thought on these levers is the same that UEFA did. You're right. We cannot do capital increases. Other clubs have different legal personalities and they can do capital increases. Well, this was one of our arguments defending our position, to make sure that UEFA would not fine us for not complying with their regulations. We were able to clarify this. An 80 million fine, then 60 million fine, ended up being a 15 million fine without any sporting penalty or sanction, because they wanted to suspend us or sanction us by not playing the Champions League this next season. So this was the object of discussions with UEFA, and one of the arguments is precisely that one. Some clubs can do capital increases, we cannot. We use levers, they were accounted for differently, but as President Gaspar just said, levers were used to avoid all of you or all of us from putting our hands into our pockets by making extraordinary payouts. Well, as Ferran just said in his explanation, this is one of our premises. I mean, any actions or measures adopted to remedy a specific economic situation that we found ourselves in would not mean that the members of this club had to put money from their own pockets. Having said that, the Forbes valuation is something that Forbes say. I agree with you, and Ferran agrees with you. Barça is priceless because feelings cannot be bought or sold. And this will always be our feeling. Nobody will take it away from us. So you are quite right. I share it with you. Barça is a sentiment, a feeling that is priceless. So specialized journals such as Forbes, based on parameters and assessments, in 2021, its valuation was 4.6 billion. Well, now it seems to be valued at 5.8 billion. This is great as a nugget of information, but Ferran said so in his presentation. We have the players, our own local academy players, are valued at 0, and that same journal, Transfer Market, values them at 1.1 billion. Anyway, we thank you for sharing your thoughts, President Gaspar. And in relation to the levers, I don't know whether you made any other comments in your intervention. I don't think so. Well, you spoke about the other clubs with a different personality. And there was one more thing. Yes, Miami. Yeah, I agree. Look, we are not overly enthusiastic of taking our team far, far away because it's uncomfortable. But what is true is this atypical income nowadays is something we need. We need to be everywhere as long as it's within certain parameters. First, limiting these parameters are the Deco, the football manager, and the coach, Hansi Flick. These are the first who want to preserve the physical condition of our players and not overloading them with too many games. The Spanish Super Cup being played in Jeddah, well, it does yield important revenue for the club. This is a decision of the Spanish Football Federation, a decision we accept. I mean, on the one hand, it's uncomfortable, but on the other hand, we will getting money that we would not get otherwise. And when it comes to Miami, the same applies. Mr. Pascual said earlier in his intervention that we will earn money for playing there. And this money, I mean, La Liga will earn money and all other clubs will benefit from it, but Villarreal and Barça will benefit the most because these are the two clubs who will go and play there. There's something else about Miami. Mr. President, Mr. Senators, you will understand this well. The American market is a market that we are interested in. We did summer tours there that yielded very good returns for us. We were able to promote the image of Barça all around the world. And this provided us with the possibility of securing sponsors and also promoting our image. And by doing so, most investment funds that are financing the Espai Barça are also American. And the fact of us going there, promoting our image, is something that for sure we will capitalize on. Because this is a very important market for us, a market where this summer they will be organizing the World Cup, and there's starting to be a growing interest in soccer in the US, arousing interest for the world of footballers and those who play this game, and also the emergence of sponsors, global sponsors, that could be of interest. Josep Cubells already referred to NBA Europe. The NBA wants to land here in Europe. And they want to reach agreements with the EuroLeague to develop the NBA in Europe. This would be the European division of NBA to be played in Europe. And also the NBA in the States, and there would be a world finale between both divisions. Or organizing it themselves. I mean, they are in talks. We are aware of this process, but let me say that this is a US organization, okay? And they have just shown more and more interest into sport in Europe. And this might bring us some sponsors for football or for basketball. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. With this last block, we consider that all in-person interventions come to an end because all answers have been given. Oh, we do have one more question. Apologies. Please use the mic.
Yes, it's me again. There's one thing that I don't quite understand. When you're talking about the levers for the capital, I mean, for me, that's a sale of our equity. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. I mean, last year we got less than half. Yes, Mr. Pasquale, let me clarify this for you, because that's what we're here for, to clarify whatever's necessary. To be transparent, obviously the levers are not a capital increase. It's we yield our assets for a time and then recover them, and you receive money for that period of time that it has been yielded. When we talk about the levers, we're talking about yielding 25% of the television rights to an investment fund. That meant 688 million euros. These assets, this 25% of our television rights, that represent 35 million euros, if I'm not mistaken. It wasn't even 5% of our income budget. After 25 years, it returns, these television rights will come back to the club's account. So it's not a sale, it's not a sale of our equity, it's a temporary sale of assets that will be recovered after a certain period of time. Remember that when we decided this, they were trying to convince us to sign an agreement with CVC, which was another investment fund, and in that case we would sell our assets for 50 years, a similar operation, but for half a century, 50 years, and in proportion it was less money. So at that moment, that money helped us to save the club, and at a minor cost, a cost that we will recover, that we're already recovering, in order to get traction, not just to restructure the debt and to make some specific payments that had to be made, but apart from that, it helped us to strengthen the team. to hire players that have, well, I think they've made us very competitive. Among them we have Condé, Lewandowski, Rafinha and Ferran. So this operation that was debated a great deal, that was explained in great detail, well, we wouldn't have had to do that if it were a time of economic boom, but we were at a time when things were dire, and it allowed us to save the economy of the club. Are there any further interventions, any further requests? So we then close this section. And before moving to the vote, I would ask for our president to intervene and, well, to address us about this, even though I think that he's already explained it in depth, but let's just hear his final words. Well, allow me, before voting, just to say that it's very important for us to approve these budgets. As the treasurer said, we've used criteria of prudence, of caution, of budgetary caution, and as President Karma Urtalan mentioned, we have done this following criteria of caution in our investment. And also this budget has been prepared by people that are truly giving their all for the club, so that the club can be viable and sustainably, both financially as well as in sporting terms. And they are adapted to the reality, and I am sure that we're going to comply with this, and they're going to give us even better results than those that we have presented. So I ask you to please vote affirmatively. So we are going to ask the organization to show the video giving the instructions for the voting process once again. We begin then with the voting of this point of order, and we will close the doors to enter either the virtual area as well as this physical room. So those members that are following remotely, please be sure to press the button according to the instructions, and we will provide 10 minutes now for everyone to vote and to count the votes. And those that are in the room can now begin to vote on your devices. I remind you, the senators and other guests here, not to get out of your seat, not to move until you have voted. Thank you. We would ask you to please take your seats. Members of the Management Board, members of commissions, senators, we ask you all to take your seats so that we can proceed with the results.
Passo, doncs, a informar del resultat
I will now inform on the outcome. A quorum of 506 members.
Votat afirmativament,
In
418.
favor,
Han
418.
votat negativament 55.
Against,
I han
55.
votat en blanc
And
21.
blank votes, 21. Based on this result, we can officially approve the budget for the period of 25-26.
En aquests moments,
At this moment,
i sent un quart i cinc
and given that
de 3,
it is 20
farem una
minutes
aturada per dinar.
past
Tots els
2,
compromissaris
we
i
will
assistents
take
podran
a
gaudir
break for
d'un
lunch.
pica-pica que els oferirem
We
a la
are
carpa de la plaça dels
serving
jugadors.
some
Recordem que abans hem d'entregar
light
els comandaments
snacks
de
for
votació a la sortida
those that are
i els
here,
hi retornarem
and
a l'hora de
we
reprendre
will
l'assemblea.
ask you to
A
leave
tots els
your voting
commissaris que ens
devices
estan seguint a
as
través
you
de la
leave the room,
plataforma
and
de
they will be
votació
returned when
o a
you
través de la
return.
resta de mitjans, els emplaço
I would ask you all to be back at 3:20, at 15:20, to continue with the assembly. Thank you very much, and we'll see you shortly.